Hey, we're gonna give it about a minute or so, because Councilman Wenzel texted me that he's gonna be a couple of minutes late. He is coming.
Good.
Right, 1 second. What's up, Councilman Ahmad, how you doing? How's Councilman Saab today? Council.
And they usually get back.
Wow. There she is. Been a long time.
Phone. What do you want to say? Okay.
I know one forgive me. Haiti. Shut up, shut up. Shut up, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. عندي فانيلا يا اخي. طيب نشرب منها. ها؟ اوكي. ها؟ By the way, no, there isn't. No, it's. Get it from the roll. No sugar.
I don't have that. You have to listen to me snipping for that price.
Is Vince here?
Huh?
My computer's not,
You're the lucky one. No, she's replacing the interior floors of the house, wants to know what I have, and then she also wants to know what kind of doing. Yeah.
Cause you know what? I wanna make sure for all those that are in the audience, no, I'm just messing.
I think Tom.
I was hoping Vince would have said a comment, cause Vince has been giving me a lot of sign language from the audience that nobody should be looking at. You're the sick son of a gun.
You should be here in a minute. That's what we're waiting for.
I'm gonna give it one more minute for Councilman Wenzel. He just said, he was running a little late.
He's right behind me. He's.
You know what EJ would say? I couldn't get the back. Yeah.
If you wanna let me into the meeting, that would be amazing. I'm in, going with computer audio. I love that here, by the, look at the nails, everything, huh?
Oh, I like the
Hey,
nails. What's it called?
We're talking about the need.
Okay, council members, I'm gonna give it one more minute, so if, let me see. 1 second. Does anybody talk to Tom, Denise?
I'm here.
Denise is here.
He's coming late.
Hey, buddy, are you on your way? Okay. Okay, all right, I'll see you. We're gonna start the meeting now then. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so, is Madam Clerk here ready?
No, sure.
George has got a,
She's taking a peek to see if.
he needs 20 minutes, so we're just gonna start. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here with us today. Are we recording, Madam Clerk?
Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here today with us. I'm calling a regular meeting of the Dearborn Heights City Council called to order today at 6:05 p.m. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll call?
Yes, Hassan Ahmad,
Present.
Moby Dun,
Present.
Nancy Pryor, Robert Constant,
Present.
Denise Malinowski Maxwell,
Here.
Hassan Saab,
Present.
and Tom Wenzel is currently absent. Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I'm going to start off by our Honorable Fenton Choker from the Police Department to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Officer Choker. Next up, we have agenda approval. No, we're going to go to agenda approval. Madam Clerk.
We'll have the recognition. Yeah, she just missed it on the thing. It's okay.
Okay, next up, we have Councilman Chair Pro Tem Ahmad, who is going to give us some recognition for our amazing students from the Crestwood High School. Before doing so, I do want to recognize that we have our Crestwood trustees over here. If you don't mind, if the Crestwood trustees, since you can all stand up, since the majority of you are here, so you guys can be recognized in the room. Thank you here. We'll start off with Trustee Sable, Trustee Janoon, Trustee Baidoon, Trustee Williams, and Trustee Amen, who humbly wants to stay seated. Council Chairman Pro Tem, I'm joining.
I also want to thank you for coming today on a short notice, trustees. Council Chair, council members, honorable Crestwood trustees, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is with great pleasure and immense pride that I stand before you today to recognize and celebrate the remarkable achievements of 5 outstanding students from Crestwood High School. These young individuals have not only excelled academically, but have also demonstrated exceptional leadership, determination, and resilience in pursuit of their dreams. First, allow me to introduce Maher Harb, a shining example of academic excellence. Maher, our co-valedictorian, has achieved an impressive GPA of 4.755. And has been accepted into the Harvard University, marking the beginning of a promising journey ahead. Maher's accolades extend beyond his acceptance to Harvard. He has been honored with the prestigious Coca-Cola Scholar and Elks Most Valuable Student Scholarship, among others. Maher, please get on. Next, we have Mahdi Nasruddin, our co-salutatorian, whose academic talent and leadership are truly commendable. With a GPA of 4.6, Mahdi has secured acceptances to Harvard, Princeton, Yale, Columbia, and Cornell. A testament to his hard work and dedication. Not only has Mahdi excelled academically, but he has also demonstrated exemplary leadership as the captain of the Crestwood robotics team. His achievements, including winning the 30,000 Elks MVS scholarship and being a Coca-Cola scholarship regional finalist. Ali Slim, another co-salutatorian, stands as a testament to the power of determination and academic achievements. With acceptances to Harvard, Columbia, and Duke, Ali's academic journey is nothing short of exceptional. His recognition as the Jack Kent Cooke Scholar, awarding up to $55,000 per year, underscores his commitment to excellence. Ali's impressive GPA of 4.6136 and exceptional leadership skills serve as an inspiration to his peers and a beacon of hope for the future. Isabella Juma, and president of the National Honor Society, embodies the spirit of leadership and scholarly excellence with acceptance to Harvard University, Yale University, and the Ross School of Business at the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. Isabella's academic achievements are truly remarkable. Her GPA of 4.711 reflects her dedication to academic excellence, while her role as president of the National Honor Society showcases her leadership abilities. Isabella's accolades, including earning 3,200 as an NHS scholarship semifinalist and the title of a National Hispanic Recognition recipient. Last but not least, we have Rami Attar, whose dedication to academic excellence has earned him the Hudson Trust Scholarship at Johns Hopkins University
Wow.
with a GPA of 4.44. Rami's commitment to his studies is truly commendable. His acceptance into the University of Michigan further underscored his academic skills and determination to succeed. Rami, everybody. And recognizing Maher, Mehdi, Ali, Isabella, and Rami, we honor not only their individual achievements, but also the value of hard work, dedication, and perseverance that they represent. As they embark on the next chapter of their academic journey, let us continue to support and celebrate their successes, knowing that they will undoubtedly make a positive impact on our world. Congratulations to Maher, Mehdi, Ali, Isabella, and Rami. Your achievements inspire us all, and we are immensely proud to have you represent our community on the world stage.
You guys, looking at Council Chairman Pro Tem, great speech to the council as well. Really looking at some of these GPAs, I was dizzy. I mean, I didn't even know you can go up to a 4.711. Congratulations to Isabella. That is absolutely amazing. Congratulations to all of you guys. This is just a testament to show the greatness in our community and the fact that you guys are paving the way for people like my children and for more children to come. I want you guys to know that you guys are the future leaders of this community. Thank you to the trustees who put this forward because it was their hard time. Look, anybody that's, and I don't want to make this political, but really, it's the trustees that are there making sure that the academics are being done right, the funds are being spent properly, and that so that you guys can have these proper educations so that you can go take your talents and test them out at Harvard, Johns Hopkins, Yale, and anywhere else that you guys are applying to, or University of Michigan, which we know is probably, yeah, I would have went to Michigan State if I had that opportunity. I'm just kidding, guys. Congratulations to you guys. Please step up. We have some proclamations here, or some things here that Councilman
So let's start with
Ahmad will go through with.
Dearborn Heights City Council Certificate of Recognition presented to Rami Attar. This certificate, it's basically the same one for everyone. This certificate serves as a testament to Rami Attar's remarkable accomplishment and serve as an inspiration to all who aspire to reach great heights. His success is a reflection of his hard work, passion for learning, and remarkable talent. Signed by Council Chairman Mobaidoo, myself, and all council members. You want the other side?
Are you gonna add them all together?
Yeah.
Most likely.
We could do that. We'll do one at a time, Madam Clerk. Congratulations, young man. You can stand here, actually.
Mehdi Nasruddin. Ali Slim. Maher Harb.
I always wanted a picture with Maher, by the way.
And finally, Isabella Juma. Can we call the trustees now, please, so you can take a group picture? With the council members. You know, Councilman, let's stand on the other side. I think we're gonna stand over there. Well, just more,
Pictures with you guys, not press. Watch your guys' stuff right here. Yeah. Watch your stuff. Watch your stuff. I saw you giggling off there.
Can you stand up?
Smile. Cheeseburgers.
Parents would be really proud. Congrats. Right?
And you ready for a few words? Now with Mehdi Nasruddin with few words.
Now, 1 second. Go ahead.
On behalf of my friends and myself, I would like to express our deepest gratitude for this recognition. Our accomplishments not only reflect our hard work and dedication, but our unwavering support of our families, teachers, and this wonderful community. The encouragement, resources, and opportunities provided by our school and community have been instrumental in helping us achieve our goals. Again, thank you, council members, for this incredible honor. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I mean, if you want to take their phone numbers, because I think the proclamations all say Isabella's name, which is phenomenal, right? Isabella, you got, you know, we could just give them all to you. And then we'll just, no, I'm joking. Just, if you guys want, the four of you can hand them back and then she'll have them updated so that it has your name on there, guys, because we want to make sure that,
It's fine.
yeah, Isabella, you can keep yours. The four gentlemen, just hand them over and then tomorrow, or either I'll have Councilman Ahmad hand deliver them to you guys. Yeah, just grab them so that we can, we're gonna make sure that it says your guys' name on there. Congratulations to the five of you guys. You got them? Okay. Najat, you said you're gonna deal with it?
Yes.
What a good trustee. All right, guys, next up, we have agenda approval.
Council Chair,
Councilman Ahmad,
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the agenda for the regular meeting of May 28, 2024 as submitted.
Second.
motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Saab. Any discussion on that? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. You guys can be excused. Thank you. Congratulations one more time to you guys. That is absolutely amazing and a lot for their parents to be proud of, trustees to be proud of. That is amazing, guys. Next up, we have approval of the minutes.
Council Chair,
Councilman Saab.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the minutes for the regular meeting of May 14, 2024 as submitted.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Saab, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. Guys, I ask that we all engage in the ayes, please. Next up, we have 4B minutes of the special meeting of May 21st, 2024.
Council Chair,
Councilman Saab.
move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the minutes from the special meeting of May 21st,
Second.
2024 as submitted.
Motion made by Councilman Saab, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. Next up, we have public hearings and comments on agenda items only. Before we start, I want you to know that this is strictly on agenda items only. This is not public comments. So if you have anything that's on the agenda and you'd like to speak, you get to speak. And I'm only just reiterating this because I feel like the last couple of meetings, people just got up and just spoke, and they weren't on the agenda. So the table is yours. Do we have seen any? Sir?
Here it comes.
I know the gentleman did call and request an additional minute, so he'll have 3 minutes. Just please state your name, the city you reside in, and the street that you live on. Sorry that it's very short limited. I know attorneys usually like a lot more, but here's the
I'll do my best to be concise.
Thank you.
Mohammed Shaitu on behalf of Burgerati,
Yes.
Dearborn Heights resident. Suncrest is my new place of residence.
Beautiful. Congratulations.
So originally I was called by my client to speak as to a specific allegation as to Burgerati. Briefly, an allegation was made against Burgerati as to improper disposal of used cooking oil. There's no evidence, documentary, visual, or otherwise, that would indicate improper dumping of used cooking oil. Rather, we have a May 22nd, 24 inspection report that would show that no violations had occurred on the site, and including that the water source and waste procedures were cited as standard and without violation. Additionally, my client maintains a standard transport and disposal procedure for used cooking oil through the use of a third-party company. I wanted to discuss that briefly just to get that out of the way. Apparently, this is a little bit more general as to licensing for food trucks.
Pause this time. So I just want to make for full disclosure, I did get a phone call from the attorney. He said, he said, hey, I heard we were denied because so and such reasons. And I said, I want to make it clear to you that you were not denied for renewal purposes because of any dumping. That was just a discussion that I had heard in the past. And I believe that your client had sent me an email saying that this is what they heard. So I just let the attorney know, this was not brought up, and for no reason did the council say we were not approving you for that reason. It was a healthy discussion, and the majority was no to all licensing. This was not specified to one licensing company. You can go ahead and proceed to this time.
Thank you. So more general, I guess, to the issue of licensing for food trucks in the city of Dearborn Heights. I guess I would say that my client, being an aspiring culinary artist, working abroad and now bringing his talents domestically, he offers a wide variety of menu food items. He provides translocal financial injection into the city. He's been approached by several partners throughout the Metro Detroit area, the Tri-County area. I do believe also we have the owner of the property in which the food truck sits here in support of my client maintaining his license. So not to speak on behalf of the city, but to speak specifically to my client and to the landowner, it doesn't appear that there's an issue of disagreement between the two parties. My client has maintained standard operating procedures. He's clean in what he does. He's clean in what he produces, and he's provided a net benefit to the city of Dearborn Heights as far as food truck entrepreneurship is concerned. Obviously, he's aspiring to expand brick and mortar partnerships, franchising at some point. To prohibit him to, expand and get to that next level would be a disservice to him. And additionally, the other food truck applicants who are in this city. I would throw out Halal Guys. 1993, started as a hot dog stand, moved on to be a food truck, and now they're globally known.
We'll pause you one more time. Why don't we just keep one in our home backyard, quote on the corner, started in Dearborn Heights, and now is one of the largest successful brick and mortars in the city.
Exactly. So there is a blueprint here. There's a recipe for success. And I think undercutting food trucks and their ability to expand and really bring more diversity into the community would be doing a disservice to my client and the community as a whole.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. I do want you to know, though, just to make it for full disclosure, I think, again, I just want to reiterate, not one specific business was, picketed or chosen. There was actually a group, and the entire group was denied either renewal or new licensing. Obviously, that's going to be up here today again. It'll go into discussion, and the majority, if says yes, they'll be approved. If the majority says no, there's no way really of appealing this. The final decision sits before the council. But we'll see when that comes up. All right. Do we have anyone else during public hearing or comments on agenda items only? Thank you, Mr. Kupchak. I didn't want to say it wrong, but I know you did ask for an extra minute today, so I will also honor that for public comments and.
Okay, thank you. Ken Kupchak, Mayburn Street. I'm coming here as I'm the president of the Dearborn Heights Public Employee Association. Just to clarify that the city and the union agreed in the tentative agreement back in November that the city, if the city was to hire a confidential secretary for the HR department, it would be a non-union position.
With that, I'm sorry, sir.
If the city and the union in the tentative agreement back in November, we agreed upon if the city was to hire a confidential secretary for the HR department, it would be a non-union position.
Correct. It is a non-union.
Okay,
position.
let me back up. The position that was the secretary years before was a union position. The union and the city got together and they said, well, since it's going to be confidential, we agreed to be a non-union position.
Okay.
That's basically all that was. Now, keep this in mind, it's all contingent on council's approval of the budget. The union has nothing to do with it. All we did was agree it was good to be a non-union position. Okay? Thank you.
You're saying that the position,
The position that's in the budget is a non-union position.
it's in the tentative
It's in
agreement,
the tentative agreement. We agreed it to be a non-union position.
okay.
That's what we did, but we did not, that's all we agreed upon. And it all depends, now, we didn't agree that it's gonna go in the budget, we didn't agree on this, all we agreed is if the city council approves it in the budget, it will be a non-union position. So, that was it. Any
Okay.
other, that's it.
Nothing from the audience, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on agenda items only? Let's go to Zoom. Madam Clerk, you see anybody?
Currently, do not see any hands up.
Thank you. Next up is gonna be number 6, fund transfers.
Council Chair, someone's getting up, they're just
Oh,
slow.
I'm sorry. Vince, I didn't see you. Vince got a new haircut, kind of threw me off.
Getting fancy trying to, giving me some inspiration there, Mo. So I have a question regarding the subject I just brought up. So are we eliminating a union job?
I don't know. I have no idea. There'd be a discussion to be made during the,
So our mayor's a union breaker?
what is it?
I said our mayor's a union breaker? That what you're trying to do is eliminate union jobs?
No, that was actually agreed on between the union and the
I
administration.
understand that, but there's some bickering back and forth that's gonna go on when that comes to agreement. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Are you all done? Thank you. All right, anyone else? Next up is fund transfers and current claims.
Council Chair,
Councilman Ahmad,
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve current claims and ACH wire transfers 6-1 through 6-55 as submitted. Second.
motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Saab. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Councilman. Before we start, there's fund transfers and current claims. I'm gonna say this, what I said last week. We pull my book. Actually, there's one aside. I do not want to spend 35 minutes here. Please. I do not want to spend 35 minutes here. Thank you. Go ahead.
Can we move item 36 to discussion outside of claims?
Which one is that? I don't have them all memorized.
What number? I'm sorry.
36.
36 is O'Reilly PC.
No,
36 is,
I'm sorry, not 36. 38, I'm so sorry.
you'd like to move 38 to discussion. Madam, do we have to suspend the rules?
No, we're just in discussion.
No. He wants to move 38 to
For the agenda item.
to add it to an agenda item.
You want to remove it from claims.
And then-
So at the appropriate time right now would be to remove it from claims.
Correct, and then we would like to add it to an agenda item. Okay, do we have to suspend the rules?
I don't think
I don't
you
think.
can. I don't think.
I don't
you
think
have
it's
to.
necessary. Okay. Well, then what's the next step that I can add something on? What's the next line item that can be added to the agenda?
Oh, for new business?
Yeah,
9B.
9B?
Yep, reports from city officials.
Okay, go ahead. Let's remove it from the claims and add 9B for discussion on forfeiture funds for training.
Council Chair.
Hang
also-
on one second. I wanna make sure that I do 9B properly.
Removing it from claims and adding it to 9B, reports from city officials, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. What else, Councilman?
30, 39, I'm sorry, 36 and 39.
36 and Perkins Law, and 36 is O'Reilly and Cilio. 36, 38, and 39. Any more? Any other council members? Roger, you have a comment on there?
Yes, Council Chair. I'm just trying to, I sent an email to you the other day. I'm just trying to figure out why he keeps taking these.
Well, it's not being removed. If you understood, what we're doing is we're taking it to a discussion.
Oh,
And because what's happening is, I feel like some people want it on there, some people want it off. Take it to a discussion, let there be a vote. If it passes, congratulations. If it fails, well, it happened again. Because I don't know where the majority is going on this. So it was actually my, having the conversation with the councilman earlier, saying that I'd like to see it moved over so that we could just have some of the council members all kind of discuss on where they feel on this, agenda item. And this is a healthy discussion. That's about it.
Council Chair, so you're moving all three of them?
No, only 38 is going on discussion. 36 and 39 is to be removed,
Okay.
according to councilman. Now, if that doesn't pass, then it's on the council. We're removing 36 and 39, and 38 is going to discussion.
Council Chair, I've asked multiple times, when I look through the backup, it says they went out for opinions regarding our emails around things that we're asking. When I asked then Corporation Counsel, I said, can you please provide us with this information? He said, no, it's confidential. And if it's paid for by public money, it should not be confidential. If it's for his own personal use, he should be paying for it personally. And that's why he's never supplied me with these opinions. And for that, I don't believe it's a justified claim to make the taxpayer pay for something that we can't even obtain. So that's where I stand on that. And I've asked for multiple times for it to be emailed over to us. He bluntly said they're confidential, they belong to him. So I don't believe the citizens of Dearborn Heights are the taxpayers responsible for it.
Roger, do you feel like, can you give them to the councilman?
Yeah, I can respond. I don't know if he's produced anything to show that I ever said that in writing to him. But I will say that O'Reilly Rancilio, they represent the planning commission, and their lawyer attends the planning commission meetings, and everything is passed through them. It has nothing to do with me per se, but their representation at that meeting. The other bill that he's taking off with Perkins, that deals with the collective bargaining agreement. It deals with patrolmen's officers, union contracts, not necessarily any opinions. However, if there is an opinion, I will let you know it is an opinion. I will not say it's I own it, but I will let you know I need an opinion because that's the proper way to proceed and do my due diligence to verify what I'm doing. It doesn't come solely from me, but from other professionals that look at something. If you have an email from me saying that I won't answer you on any of these bills, please let me know. I haven't seen it. Just present it.
Roger, why don't you just give it to him? There you go.
I just said it, but I'll do it in writing. I'll type it up to him and explain it to him. But O'Reilly Rancilio does our planning. They have a lawyer separately that sits there and bills us. That's
Council Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilman.
Roger, you directly told me when I asked you about them, you said that you keep it confidential, they're yours, you are not releasing them. That's why I've been holding this. Number two, I'm looking right at the invoice. It says on 2/14/24, review emails regarding city council person requests for Dearborn Heights Police Department record. That's not the planning commission. On the bottom here, it also says something about the Dearborn Heights FOIA appeals. And then it says, well, I mean, we can go on and on. This is not for the planning commission. That's That's one. And then for Perkins Law, this is apparently for labor negotiation. I thought we have a labor's negotiation attorney already that we're overpaying. Why are we going out for different law firms for different opinions when we have a labor attorney? And again, I asked for that and I asked for that in writing and you've never provided it.
I will say, my recollection, I recall the councilman requesting that information from you. It was actually not in writing, it was here at a council meeting. And I believe you said verbatim that this is confidential. Maybe it's not all confidential, maybe you can give it to them. But again, I don't want to go back and forth. So Roger, if you want to get that over to them,
No problem.
no big deal. I think this will settle this back and forth discussion.
The bills are pretty much self-explanatory, but I will follow through with it.
Thank you.
Anything with unions is going to be confidential. That doesn't mean that we can't, it doesn't explain it in the bill, but I will answer what you said for Mr. Saab. And I will put it in writing and forward it to you.
Thank you so much.
But honestly, I'm more concerned about the opinions that belong to council. On behalf of council.
Is your microphone on?
Yes.
Oh, just was. You're talking about investigations within the police department. That's why I add another professional that deals with that, another law firm. That's where O'Reilly came in to match what I'm saying and what I'm reading to make sure that I'm acting on sound authority.
And why weren't we
I
ever
can't-
provided?
And they said, you
Guys,
can't-
okay, come on. Point of order, guys. Come on. Listen, we're not spending 30 minutes on this. No more. Thank you. Councilman Ahmad, are you here to amend your motion?
I go ahead to amend my motion to remove 38 for discussion as 9B and to remove 36 and 39 out of the
No.
claims.
Yes.
I
Yes,
second.
Council Chair,
yes, ma'am.
I have a question on 28.
Yes, ma'am.
I couldn't find the backup information on Lardner Elevator. It's $13,650.
It's for the Justice Center's elevators.
Okay, that's acceptable.
I believe there was a backup in there.
Yeah,
Okay, it wasn't on.
I just seen it.
I recall seeing it.
Okay,
What was that, Mayor?
that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I read it earlier. I went through my councilwoman, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have consideration of bid CEDD Director Jamal Bid Award Residential Appraising Services.
Council Chair,
Councilman Ahmad.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid for residential appraising services to Judy, associate, and authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the contract on behalf of the city. In addition, authorize the mayor and controller or clerk to approve the expenditure warrants and the treasurer to pay them periodically in amounts not to exceed $450 per appraisal according to the city charter, chapter 8, section 8.9 as outlined in 7-A.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. I do have a quick discussion on this. The individual that we're choosing for this is such an amazing individual. Mrs. Judah is somebody that I knew at a young age. I went to school with her son, and she works day in and day out and puts her job. She really considers when she's out there working. She is such a respectful woman in the community. I can tell you, she's like a mother figure to me, and I'm so happy to see that the CDBG or the CEDD director chose Giovanna Judy. She truly is, not just because of work, but all her public service that she's given back to the community. Congratulations. I hope this passes. I tell you, I absolutely adore and love her.
Very experienced.
Very, very experienced.
Council Chair, it's actually a company. So Jumana, she owns the company, but it's a whole appraising firm. So we have a whole firm working for us.
We're lucky. We're lucky to have her. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Unanimously, thank you guys. Congratulations to Jumana, and motion carries. Next up, we have City Engineer Bid Award Lower Rouge CSO Area L41 project.
Council Chair,
Councilwoman Breyer.
I'd like to recommend the motion that that Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid for the Lower Rouge CSO Design CSO Area L41 to Palmer Enterprises as the lowest bidder with a cost not to exceed budget of $4,460,000. $974.70. In addition, authorize the attached construction budget be approved based on the contract bid and authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the contract agreement on behalf of the city as outlined in 7B.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Deeb. We have Parks and Recreation Director, Sauer. Bid award Canfield Center marquee sign.
Council Chair,
Councilwoman Breyer.
I'll make a recommendation from the motion that this Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid for the Canfield marquee sign to the Lead Lion Inc. in the amount of $69,382.50, which allows for 10% owner's reserve due to possible hidden electrical issues. In addition, authorize the mayor and comptroller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants, treasurer to issue payment from the 2023-24 Parks and Recreation Budget Account number 691-981 as outlined in 7C.
second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Any discussion?
Yes,
Councilman Saab.
Council Chair. I know this money, I believe 45,000 of it is coming from Wayne County as a grant, but honestly, I just can't justify reading the backup and justify just pretty much just putting in LED panels. The posts, nothing's being removed, and then training and warranty and everything that comes with it for this price. I truly believe this money can be, better be used in our parks, making our parks more, accessible to disabled children or kids with special needs. I just don't believe a sign that expensive off of Beach Daily is justifiable at this time.
So I will say, Councilman, I think the director knows how I feel about this.
Yeah, and
Well,
this,
hang on one second, Director, please. I share those same exact concerns. I thank Commissioner Knizik for bringing forward this $45,000. I always thought it was gonna go back to Central Park, so that our students would be able to use it. But then I also had a conversation with Mrs. Sauer where she said it was a necessity. We may agree to disagree on certain things. I will tell you this is one of them. I would have liked to have seen, more, this going towards like playscape or updating the wood chips or maybe getting more picnic tables or in-ground, fire so people can barbecue there. I don't know.
Well, just so you know, I actually did dig the money for the marquee up out of my budget. So I'm going to be coming back to you to actually nullify your last vote in regards to the Wayne County millage money that we have. And I actually do have a dire needing it for Waddell Park. So we have a play structure that needs a lot of repair. And then we need to add pieces that I need to remove. So with the thoughts that you guys had, I went back, I looked at my budget, and the marquee will actually just come out of my capital outlay. And then I'll come back to you with a new resolution with the new project, and the project will be a play structure at Waddell Park.
Well, we have to be very cautious because the $45,000 was designated directly to Canfield Central Park. So if you're taking the money from Central Park and saying.
It wasn't dedicated to Central Park. It was dedicated for the marquee sign, not for the park. That's the way the contract reads.
That's not true.
It was designated for Central Park. You chose it to use it at the marquee. You and the commissioner had a
I'll have to
conversation.
look at the motion again, but in that case, then we've got a pad that we need to purchase for our fitness court there that we don't have funds for yet. We could use it for that at Central Park.
What are we using it for?
We have to have cement pad put in for our fitness court machines to go on top of it. The grant that we received for the fitness courts at the South End and Daly Park and the one at the Canfield Community Center, the cement pad that the courts go on was not included. So that's probably about 50 to 60,000, and I can use it towards that.
Well, no, I mean, you just told me there's a park right now that's in despair in the. South
Waddell
End,
Park.
Waddell Park. And
Yeah.
I think it was.
But when I go to Wayne County,
Hang on one second, Director, please. I don't want to talk over each other.
no, okay.
Please. If Waddell Park needs that, I would hate to see that our kids can't use Waddell Park and then instead we're putting it into, the Marquee. I thought we were using the money from,
The money won't be used for the marquee. The Wayne County Park millage money. When I go back to Wayne County and I give them the new project, which I've already talked to Alicia Bradford about, when I go back to them, I have to give them a whole new plan. So it doesn't matter that it was focused on Canfield Park and the
not
marquee
Central Park,
sign,
Central Park.
Central Park. It doesn't matter because the whole thing needs to be redone with you guys, voting down and rescinding your motion, basically. So we start with that. And then, I have to go to Wayne County and it's a big thing to change. So I have to go through and do all of the paperwork. But right now, the marquee sign is coming out of the budget and Wayne County money will not be used to purchase any of the marquee.
Opinion? I hate that we're using taxpayers' money and we're not finding grants to be used on a marquee side rather than putting it back into our parks that our kids could be using the fruits of. I mean, that's just my.
If we don't have a way to advertise our programs, we won't have kids in our programs. We've had a marquee sign there for years. My employees cannot change the letters anymore.
Statistically
It's
speaking,
old, you have to raise your neck up and it's injury to the employees.
statistically speaking, the greatest way to advertise today is not on signages, not in the newspaper, and not on the yellow books. It's all through social media.
We do that too.
That's all you really.
But we've always, lots of businesses have marquees. We've always had a marquee sign. It's always done really well for us in regards to helping get
Mind you, I'm
people
just
in.
having a healthy
Yeah.
discussion.
No, I know. I understand.
But I am just playing devil's advocate, giving you a little bit of pushback because I feel like I'm looking at some of the council members, the way they're rolling their eyes at me and they're like, okay, what's going on over here? So I'm just.
Yeah.
I don't want to be the bad guy.
None
I
of
want you to
the
know.
money from Wayne County will be used towards
I
the
know, but I would
marquee.
hate to see the tax levy
So-
money from the city of Dearborn Heights would also be used for the marquee sign. I'm just being honest. Mayor, do you think that's a good idea?
Well, then we have a marquee sign that won't be able to be used and it's gonna be out there.
Hang on,
I can't force my employees to put it up.
One second. Mayor, what do you think? Do you think we should be using $65,000 for a marquee sign? You put your mic on for me, please.
The director said, right now they have somebody try to put the lettering on there. I mean, we do social media and she does need the sign. I know she's been talking about it for a couple of years, so we do need the signs to let the residents know also what's going on in the city, also with Parks and Recs.
So how do the residents in the south end of the Telegraph and Van Born get to know what's going on in the city?
Because
Wait,
we're also
marquee sign over
using the
there?
marquees that we have at both senior centers. So Eaton Center has a marquee. They're actually putting up all of the events that we have for Parks and Recreation. So Eaton Center and Berwyn Center both have marquees to advertise their programs as well as most businesses that I know.
Guys,
So-
nothing from the audience, guys. Please, I don't want to have to ask you guys to leave. Please, I don't know who's talking, but please,
I
guys.
just know one thing. I can't continue to force my employees to put letters on the signs anymore because it's going to create injuries to their neck. So.
Council Chair.
I just want to tell you one thing, just responding to that, putting up the signs and injuring their neck.
It's a hard job. I've done it.
It's a tedious job. I wouldn't say a hard job. It's a tedious job.
It's
But what I would say is, for the last 40 years, we've been doing the same thing. And, so to make
It's
the
very,
argument,
very hard on your neck. So
Council Chair,
go ahead, Councilman Saab.
we can go for a much smaller sign for a lot less money.
Well, I wouldn't want a small sign, to be honest.
Yeah,
If we're gonna put a sign, we're
honestly,
gonna put a
it's not
sign.
a main road that it's on, it's Beach Daily. In my opinion, it's just a waste of money.
we got such a good bid on this that a smaller sign would be more money. So
Yeah, but they're not replacing nothing but adding where you put the lettering, LED signs, the posts. everything
they're
sticks.
just using the posts that are there
Are we
and
gonna-
that's it.
Are they gonna
But we-
dress it nicely?
Yes, they're gonna,
No, that's
that's
pink.
all part of the specifications that
I
Mr. D.
know, what am I saying? Are they
Tell me right.
Are they gonna box it out?
Yes, yes. And it's got a header. They have to actually dig a whole new electrical line from the center
That's not
because
guaranteed. If you see it in there, it's not guaranteed according to it. They put 10% on the side in case they have to, because they don't know what's to come up.
It's in the bid. It's in the specifications to have a header and to have it encased. Yes.
The header is.
Yeah, it's the header and the whole sides. They have to
I'm
encase.
saying, but the electric panel is not guaranteed by they might not have to. They set aside 10% in case they have to.
Additional.
The current sign that we have now, the electrical's never worked since I've been there. And it's got electricity going to it. I've had BTE out there several times. I've had building and maintenance out there several times. Neither group, and I've had them together at the same time, could figure out what the problem was.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sauer. And again, this was just a healthy discussion.
I
just want you to
understand.
know that.
Council Chair.
Councilman Ahmad.
Director, are we okay with the money from the county? Because I know there's a time limit on it.
We're okay with the time in regards to the money. So
We're not gonna lose it?
yeah, we're not going to lose it. When I go through and I make the changes, I'm going to extend it, but we still will have it spent by September. So it's not an issue.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Yes,
So
Councilman
this
Gossett.
has to be referred back to the administration then, as opposed to, because if it's not gonna come out of,
Is your mic on?
yes.
Okay. No, this would not be referred. We're gonna take this to a vote.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No,
No.
Madam Clerk, please take roll call.
Hassan Saab,
no,
Robert Constant,
No.
Hassan Ahmad,
Yes.
Nancy Breyer,
Yes.
Denise Malinowski Maxwell,
No.
Moby Dun.
Yes.
We have a tie. It's defeated.
All right, I tried. Next up is 7D, Parks and Recreation Director Sauer Bid Award, Richard A. Young Center Men and Women Saunas.
Council Chair,
Councilwoman Breyer.
since no one else will do it. Okay, to recommend the motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid for the Richard A. Young Center Men's and Women's Saunas to Allied Building Service Company in the amount of $70,306.50, which allows for a 10% owner's reserve due to possible hidden electrical issues. In addition, authorize the mayor and comptroller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants, the treasurer to issue payment from the 23-24 Parks and Recreation budget, account number 691-981, as outlined in 7D.
Support.
Motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. I will tell you, thank you, Mrs. Sauer. This is way overdue. I was just at the senior event for Commissioner Knizik, and it was Mr. Jernus that walked up to me and said, "Hey, when are you guys gonna fix the sauna? It's been like 2 years. Maybe it's been like 8 months, but you know, residents just like to over." And I said, "Mr. Jernus, you know what? I'm gonna bring it up to Mrs. Sauer." And here we are. I saw it on there and I was so happy to see that. So that, you know, you guys can use this. I want you guys to keep in mind, I do the sauna 4 days a week, 14 minutes a day. It reduces the risk of a stroke of a heart attack by 51%. You're not gonna be able to see modern day science or modern day medication be able to do something like that for you. So I ask you all to please take advantage of the sauna. There's a lot of health benefits to it. And so I am definitely in support of this, and I thank the director for bringing this forward. Any other discussion? Hearing none.
Council Chair, I'm sorry, before we move on. Director, like I couldn't understand with the bids, there's 2 numbers for each in each box, so.
Well, I got a bid for one sauna
Mhm.
and they're both the same age, and the woman's is going to go to very quickly. The power part of it, the electrical part of it wasn't done correctly. It doesn't, it's not adequate enough for the unit. So basically, rather than just do one, I was able to dig enough money out of my budget to do both.
And Mrs. Sauer, Director, I want you to keep in mind too, you should probably put a sign right above it saying electric, don't wet it.
Yeah.
Because what a lot of people will do is they think, you know, it's a sauna, they pour water on top and they expect steam to come out. It's not a steam
Yeah.
sauna.
And
And then 99% of them, they're electrical. And, you know, usually what happens is you start burning out the coil and whatnot. So if you can
Yeah.
make sure that.
we did have a sign, and I do plan on doing that, but we don't believe it was just that. We think that the electrical wasn't adequate for it.
Okay, that's good. Well, just like a big stop.
Yeah.
Stop sign.
Oh,
Thank you. Thank you, Sue. I thought it was funny too. That's why I said it. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have Police Operation Director Swope Bid Award Accountability and Oversight.
Council Chair.
Not all at once, please. Councilman Ahmad.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid for accountability and oversight platform to Victor Solutions Guardian Alarm as the lowest bidder. In addition, authorize the mayor and comptroller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants and the treasurer to issue payment from account 101-300-818-000 as outlined in 7-E.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have reports from the mayor. Payments of IB Electric invoice.
Council Chair,
Councilman Saab.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the payment of 2 invoices from IB Electric in the amount total of $30,106 as outlined in 8A.
Motion made by Councilman Saab,
Second.
seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion?
Council Chair,
Councilman Saab.
I'd like this to be moved back to the administration. There's pending litigation on this. This was never authorized by council. This is something to do with the administration. MMRMA has never reached out to us about this. Don't think we should vote this or approve this. This money was not allocated in the budget in order to come from the city. This is an issue between DTE, I believe the contractor and the administration.
Thank you. I will tell you, I feel the same way.
Council Chair.
Yeah, 1 second, Mayor. I'm gonna go ahead and,
There's a misinformation that was just related,
Okay.
so I want to correct it.
go ahead.
There was a check, the first invoice that was written, there was an invoice, let me see here. Okay, so the first one, there was a check that was submitted by DTE that actually came to the city of Dearborn Heights, and the treasurer took possession of that check. She deposited in our account. So that's for about 22,000, I believe. Trying to find it here. So if the treasurer is online, I hope she can vouch for that. There was 2 invoices, one for, let me pull it up here. So the first invoice up, it was 23,106. The second invoice, I believe it was for $7,000. And, $7,000. So $7,000 for external lighting. So the only money that will be coming from the city as of right now is the 7,000, not the 23,000 was already paid by DTE. And DTE sent a check. We took that check and we deposited in our account so we can do investigation of who authorized the work. So the work was done. There's no litigation. Even though somebody from council asked the person to file a lawsuit against the city, the person's not gonna file a lawsuit. He just wants his money paid because somebody from the city authorized. And it's under investigation right now with the 2 employees.
I will just want to respond here, Mayor. I don't know which council member told him to file a lawsuit, but I can tell you that I had a conversation with the owner of IB Electric. I don't want to get too much into this because I hear there are pending litigation. I don't know, nothing was brought before us. But what I will say is what had happened was that this gentleman has done work for us in the past. Cause I remember when you first became the mayor, he did everything for inside City Hall. He did outside in the back. He did the library. And then he started to do the Justice Center. The gentleman went on to explain to me that I had to do a background check. I couldn't just get into the back Justice Center. And as soon as we finished, he started to become investigated. They contacted DTE. He lost his license with DTE. And he then said, I am filing a lawsuit against the city. I said, I have a fiduciary duty. So I just want to say it on the record. I have a fiduciary duty to the city. If you want to sue the city, that's on you. So I don't know if that was ever being said that, and I see Roger telling me, say less, say less. So I'm assuming that there is something going on. But I do want to hear from the treasurer real quick, because then the treasurer told me that she had never deposited the money. So I kind of I feel like what's happening here is, Mayor, is this is under investigation.
No.
You guys don't know what's going on. Let's throw it on the council, let the council get involved, let the council be the one to authorize it. And we're just gonna throw this on the council's lap. Absolutely not. If any of the council members want to take my advice on this, I say you all refrain from voting on this. But I'm gonna hear from the treasurer, because she has her hand up.
Council Chair.
Hang on one second, please, Councilman.
Hi, good evening, council body, council chair. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to elaborate on what the mayor just shared. The treasurer's position in the office of the treasurer is to receive any payment that comes through and to receipt it. That is exactly what happened with the DTE check that was made out to the city of Dearborn Heights. It was receipted according to the protocol, and there's nothing more from the treasurer on this matter. So, and it's not even like, oh, there's one more thing I'm going to say. I am going to say that I was asked to issue through accounts payable a payment to, I think, what is it, IBW? And I would not do that. Yes, thank you.
Who asked you to do that?
I would not do that because I do not have oversight of that project. It should be issued through accounts payable by the procedure of whoever has oversight. And at that time, I am not that person. So that is exactly
Madam
what I told the
Treasurer,
person.
who
Yes,
asked
sir.
you to make that payment?
Director Vanderplow.
Yeah.
And I could not do it because I had no oversight. I cannot issue, and ask for a check be issued for something that I have nothing
Nothing
to
from
do
the
with.
audience, please.
So I just wanted to be very clear about that this evening.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead. You can unmute iPhone. I believe that's Gary. iPhone 4?
No burning or?
Yes, can you hear me?
Burning.
Never mind. Mute it. Thank you. Any other discussion?
Council Chair,
Yes, Mayor.
again, there's no litigation, there's no MMRA. You know, we put this on the agenda so they can get paid for the money that was actually sent to us. There was a check that was sent to the city and the treasurer just confirmed there was a check and that money should be owed.
I agree. I agree. Mayor, I just feel like, there's, I received an email from Gary, which you were on there, and so is Roger, that has basically said, hey, can you remove my name off of the state list? Because, people keep calling me and serving me. And one of them was an attorney on behalf of IB Electric. I was on that email. I have nothing showing in writing that there's no longer pending litigation. Your word is one thing. I thank you for that, but I don't think that's enough proof for me to basically say I can't get involved in this situation. So if you can give us something or get something with IB Electric to state in writing, you're not being sued. This was a mistake by, the director. This was a mistake done by Dearborn Heights, and you guys can all agree to that. And then we can say, sure, give him his check. But you're not going to throw this on the council's lap and say, go ahead, council, so that you can put your hands back and say, I had nothing to do with this. Council gave him back his money, because that's happened so many times. Like I make an argument about the golf course and you say, well, you approved it. And those are your words. So you know what? I'm not going to let you bite me like that anymore. And I mean that respectfully. So what I'm going to say is take it back, or we'll give it back to you guys. You as the mayor sign off and say, I, the mayor, tell you that we and our team made our investigation. There are no pending lawsuits. You can give us something like that in writing. I'd be more than honored to give him back his money. But I think that's where I'm at. So either way, I can either refer back to the administration if you'd like, or we can vote on it and then you can just bring it back. Which one would you like?
It's up to you, but I'm telling you, obviously, they said.
Just give it to us in writing. It's one thing to say something.
Chair, we're on record right now.
I mean, Mayor, you know how many things have been on record here that have not stuck with?
Okay.
Council Chair,
Yeah, go ahead, Gary.
there is a pending lawsuit right
No,
now.
there's not.
It is case number 24006273 CK Wayne County Circuit Court, IB Electric Inc., represented by Dennis J. Harris, versus City of Dearborn Heights.
Yeah.
With no attorney shown, and defendant Paul Vanderplow also shown. And so there is an actual pending lawsuit before Judge Gillis in the Wayne County Circuit Court.
Thank you so much, Gary. You can go ahead and mute him. I think we have enough information here. I don't want to go too much. I
Let's
don't
go
want-
ahead, let's.
There's a lawsuit here. Don't want to be thrown, council be thrown in the middle of this. I mean, council's already being thrown around. Any other discussion? All in favor, please state aye.
I don't know if I refer.
We're voting on either we're paying them or not.
Okay.
You vote yes, you're gonna pay them. You vote no, this gets back sent to the administration and it doesn't get passed.
I mean, let's just send it back to the administration.
I'd rather have a vote on there so that the council has its vote on record. All in favor, please state aye. Those opposed, no. Madam Clerk, please take roll call.
Denise Malinowski Maxwell,
No.
Hassan Ahmad,
No.
Robert Constant,
No,
Hassan Saab,
No.
Moby Dun,
No.
and Nancy Breyer.
Yes, because Robert showed me where there's a credit of 17,000.
No, that's not what we're discussing. There's a credit of 23,000 if you heard the mayor. There's a credit of 23,000. But we're saying that there's a lawsuit right now, but that's okay.
Motion defeated.
Thank you.
Council Chair.
Councilman, Constant.
I'd like to make a motion to refer this back to the administration.
Well, it's been voted down. The administration can bring it back. I told the mayor what to do. So it's the proof that there's nothing, from the judge to say, hey, there is no lawsuit. Let IB Electric send us something in writing and have the mayor say that they've settled their differences with them. And I think that does it. Next up, we have Treasurer Hicks Clayton, delinquent personal property taxes, striking.
Council Chair,
Councilman Saab.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the proposed delinquent personal property tax and strike of record 5 years and older to allow per state laws outlined in 9A.
Motion made by Councilman Saab. Seconded by Councilwoman Menalowski Maxwell. Any discussion?
Council Chair.
Councilman Constant.
I really, number one, I don't know why we would want to do this. Number two, the statute of limitations is 6 years. Number three, we don't write letters with pleadings. The city would have to file a pleading. But it just doesn't make any sense. If these are business debts, a corporate debtor doesn't get a discharge under Chapter 7. So I don't see any evidence that these personal property taxes owed the city are uncollectible. I know our former treasurer, John Riley, CPA, used to, for a while, they were sent to a collection agency. The state of Michigan has 2 collection agencies that they work with. And then liens were filed and professional debt collectors done these debtors to collect the money. But I just don't see any reason to
Bring this before the council?
to forgive and to bring this before the council, but to forgive all this debt.
Personal property.
And also the list of the businesses, it's just not legible. I mean, it was too small.
I did tell you that bothered me as well. But I will hear from the treasurer. We'll give you a quick 2-minute synopsis and then we'll move on this.
All right. Good evening again, council members, honorable council and chair. So the striking is something that's done annually by treasurers all throughout the state of Michigan. It's actually found in the General Property Tax Act, Act 206 of 1893, MCL Section 211.56A. So what this actually states, just to surmise it briefly, is anything over 5 years can be stricken off of the record. And I will tell you, we have to exercise due diligence and prove it. We do a letter writing campaign, we do certified mail, I make phone calls. These are businesses that are now out of business, not planning to go in business. You cannot collect from them. You will not collect from them. And it simply needs to be cleaned up. I mean, some of these, we have a list of 1,500 parcels that meet the requirement for the striking, but this is only a partial list. And I can send you I know it's kind of hard to read, but that's a partial list. You got 2 lists. You got the 0 strike list, which means there's 0 owed, but they're no longer in business and haven't been in business for over 5 years. and not planning to be in business. So that needs to be stricken from our records because you can imagine what our delinquent PPT module looks like. And I'm sure the assessor will vouch for what I'm telling you. Such a problem because no, it really, quite frankly, we can't see where it's ever been done in the city of Dearborn Heights, even though by state law, it should be done every single year. And every treasurer I know does it. And, you know, and I will tell you, I want to say thank you to Katie Pasiola for working so hard on this. And also Plant Moran has given us a thumbs up as well, because they have reviewed all that work and I sent that on to the attorney. This goes before a circuit court judge, and that's who makes the decision. And that's where it's, you know, basically worked out. And there, at this point, like I said, the list is, some of it goes back to 1990 or older. And these are businesses, they're not in business. They're not going to be back in business. We're not going to get the money. And this is a way that is by law allowed to clean up that list. So that is what I wanted to share with you this evening. And like I said, I wish to thank Katie Pasiola for all of her work.
Council Chair.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Number one is not required by state law. Number two, these debts are not dischargeable in bankruptcy. Number three, what's the benefit of sweeping back and forgiving all this debt if somebody comes forward and they have this lien and they want to pay the city the money they're owed or a portion of it? Number four, why wasn't a collection agency or a professional debt collector ever used? How do we know that all these businesses are out of business and this money isn't owed? So I don't see a reason for it. And I don't know that, and it's not a striking, it's a forgiveness. It's a forgiveness of all the personal property debts that are owed to city. Some of these debts also, the business owner will have personal liability under state law.
Okay, Councilman, we're gonna take this to a vote. Roger, I'm just gonna take this to a vote.
Well, I think the city attorney is, or
We don't have a city attorney currently. We have Roger.
insight on this.
Yeah.
Yes, we do, but in any case, there's $465,000 you talked
Is your
about.
microphone on?
Yes,
Thank
but
you.
a second list, and then I would ask the treasurer to refrain from calling and doing any debt collection herself, because there's certain parameters and statutes and rules when you're collecting debt that you have to follow. I would suggest a private company being hired to come in and oversee this and manage this, and it can be prepared for you to look at it.
What was the amount? Did you say?
One of the lists is over $400,000.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. We're gonna take this to a vote. Councilman, you ready? All in favor, please state aye. Those opposed?
No.
No.
And clerk, please take roll call.
Hassan Saab,
No.
Mo Bejun,
No.
Nancy Breyer,
No.
Denise Malinowski Maxwell,
No.
Robert Constant,
No.
Hassan Ahmad.
No.
Motion defeated.
Thank you. All right, next up we have 9B. I don't have anything really put on here under, basically, let's approving the training from forfeiture funds.
Called, Simple Grant
Oh,
2020.
you know what?
Okay, well, that's what it is. Can I get I made the motion. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
All right, second motion made by Councilman Baydun.
What was the motion?
Motion was forfeiture,
Approve training through forfeiture fund.
there you go, approved trainings from forfeiture funds. Motion made by Councilman Baydun, seconded by Councilman Saab. Any discussion?
Yes,
Go ahead, Councilman.
Council Chair.
Also, I also want you to keep in mind, we're not spending 30 minutes on
No,
this.
just,
Council Chair?
Yes. Or, no, go ahead.
Yeah, Gary.
You've wanted me to, you asked that I speak on this matter, and I'll try to be brief. Basically, the city council needs to end up making decisions with respect to this matter without anything having to do with the pending litigation. It should only be, any decision that you make should only be made with respect to things that would be considered to be not legitimate, non-discriminatory, non-retaliatory reasons. For example, if you would vote to approve, you could say, for example, you think that this is good training. On the other hand, if you have some objection, like it costs too much or something along those lines, then those are legitimate reasons, 2 or 4. But nothing should be stated and nothing should be done that would be based on anything that would have to do with the status of litigation or anything having to do with litigation. It should be purely based on legitimate, non-retaliatory, non-discriminatory reasons. So with that, I don't know if you need me to stay around until this item is done.
I'll just have you stick around and if you feel like anything is being retaliatory, I want you to just say, hey,
Step in.
Council Chair, so please don't mute him.
Okay.
Thank you.
Council Chair.
Councilman Saab.
Yeah,
Smile on. Huh?
when I put this up for discussion was a couple things I have asked numerous times at council meetings. Our former corporation counsel had stated that this gentleman was selected, the only person selected in the state of Michigan to attend this program. I asked them for proof. They've never provided it. Secondly, the mayor himself said, and the Department of Justice is here doing their, or you want to call it investigations, for free and sending people out to training for free. Why is this case anything different? And I asked them for this information, and again, we have not received anything from the administration. And just trying to justify, I believe the $11,400 program that this is, $11,400. And I've asked you before, submit this information.
What number do you have?
$11,400.
No, it's 10,000.
Yes, he had $800 already been paid as a deposit. So it's $11,400. And I've asked Roger to please send this. And if you go back and watch the meetings, Roger verbatim said that he was selected out of hundreds of people out of the state to go to this event or this training. I said, okay, supply us with that information. You've never received it. The mayor verbatim said, the Department of Justice is here for free, or else we pay them $800 an hour. And I believe there's some officers that went to Colorado that the DOJ paid for. Why is this any different? No justification to it. So this is why I've been asking for this, and we have an obligation. We have a duty to checks and balance and accountability. And this is one of these issues where it's put out, it's brought in front of us. It's got a great package where it is, but to justify this money without any proof of what they said, what this training's for, I don't see the need to support it if they're bluntly lying about it.
So I will just say, point of order, please. Thank you. I will just say a few things here on this. I mean, look, did the administration kind of gas this up and they were the best? And, I mean, you would do the same. I think anybody else would do the same, Councilman. It is unfortunate. It is 11,400. I would rather have seen maybe 4 or 5 police officers use some type of training on that type of money, especially that is coming out of forfeiture fund. I know Roger gave us a opinion letter stating that it's legal to be able to come out of the forfeiture fund to use training. I shared that with the entire council today, and I believe I shared it with you guys in the past. But I think that, we have to ultimately, if this is taking place in July, we have to make some type of decision on this. I would tell you, I hate that we're only using X amount of dollars from the forfeiture fund to one training. I wish we could have used 6, 7 officers to go to multiple trainings at that price. However, that's not what was presented to us. But I also want to make sure that we're equipped and we're, at the best, at the highest of levels. And if that means we have to spend X amount of dollars on one officer to go out and get that training to bring it home, I'm also okay with that. So this is, I've been on the edge on this one, back and forth. I had some good conversations with Gary today. I explained to him my thoughts on this. I've really been on the edge, but I think this is something that we need to just find ourselves to say, one, it's coming from forfeiture fund. 2, administration did not bring us 6, 7 officers, which we would have hoped. 3, if you're looking at the pros to this, the pros are we're sending one of our own out to, California, I believe, and Boston, and they're going to come back and bring those resources back home. So You know,
Council Chair,
that's where I stand on this, Councilman.
Council Chair.
Council
Yeah.
Chair.
Again, excuse me, Roger.
Please, 1 second.
Again, I've never said that. I've always said, provide us with the
I
information.
agree. And they
And I would support it. And if this information's not there, put it on the record that they both lied. That's it. You have a duty. It doesn't matter if it's forfeiture fund. It's still accountability.
Correct. I
So
agree.
that means the next time they bring something over, that they're gonna gaslight, and you're gonna sit here and say, well, they could have sent 4 officers, but we're gonna let it know. Because it's gonna be the new norm.
Council Chair, if I may.
Well, Roger, I'm gonna let you state because you guys did say that. Do you have the proof of that, that information?
Okay, let me start. April 9th, I was asked by the council to write an opinion. April 10th, I produced a written opinion, not just detailing the, how the funds would come from.
We talked about the forfeiture fund.
But I put it in writing. I received no response from Mr. Saab. So when he puts his mouth out and says to me with no disrespect.
Point of order.
No
Point of order.
disrespect-
Hey. Don't say put his mouth out.
I-
Let's be respectful.
I'll rephrase my language.
Thank you. As if we're in a courtroom. I know you want to say that in a courtroom.
Absolutely. If you call someone a liar, then you better be able to back it up. Because when you get something in writing and you don't take the time and the due diligence to respond in writing to let me identify what your questions and concerns are, then it's unfair to accuse someone of lying.
So Roger,
You're
I'll
not
tell you what you said.
unprofessional. So I did respond. I got asked on April 9th, the evening of April 9th. I responded April 10th. I detailed it. I got no written response.
Thank you, Roger. I'm gonna respond to you real quickly. What the councilman was stating was the mayor says.
No.
Hang on 1 second. The mayor says, we have the DOJ here. They're investigating. They're sending everybody out. If they're offering training at no expense to taxpayers in the city. You come back and say, this was a prestigious thing. Director Swope was chosen out of hundreds of applicants. And you said this on the record, Roger. I mean, it's
true.
It's on there.
Where is it?
Then why don't you just ask Director Swope? I don't have the invitation. I'm not privy to that. Director Swope has that.
Director Swope, if
That's
you
not
wanna
what
speak-
I was
if you wanna
asked
speak
to
on that,
do.
You're more than
And
welcome.
I responded.
And again, I want to make it very, very, very clear. We are having a healthy discussion, Roger.
This is just a
healthy
housekeeping matter. I'm just letting you
Exactly.
know.
Housekeeping
Thank you.
matter. We're just, everybody just having a healthy discussion. No nobody's being hostile. I love everybody.
Okay,
Good evening.
good evening. So obviously this Smith thing is back again, right? I appreciate you guys bringing it to a discussion.
Yeah.
So I guess one of the questions or one of the concerns is the fact that, was my competition, one, out of 100? I don't know. I couldn't tell you that, right? But what I can tell you is that the competition to get into the training, there's a wait list, right? There's not everyone who wants to go, they don't get to go, right? So they have to choose one way or another to say, hey, you're going, right? And then they create a wait list for everyone else. So throughout the history of this training, there's only so many people that have ever went, right? Therefore, that means that for you to go, it's competitive, correct? Because if they only have 4 classes per year and it's been going on for 40 years, there's a lot of people who didn't have the opportunity to go to this class and to this training. So that's that. That's the competitive portion of it, is the fact that
So can we agree, and I mean this respectfully, that I'd say Roger and the mayor were just like excited, saying he was chosen as one of the best. And I think that's just where some of that got confused in there.
I can't speak for the people who chose me to go.
No, I'm talking about when they spoke about you, because what they said was you were chosen out of X amount of members that couldn't make it, and he got in. And I think it was more of just an excitement of being able to share that information.
I don't know if that's the case, but what I can tell you is there's probably a lot of people from Michigan, right, that was probably disappointed that they didn't get chosen to go. So I can't say that their statement is wrong. I would say that they're probably more right than wrong. But I can't 100% say that.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah. And in regards to the DOJ providing training for the department, the DOJ works with a group they're called CNA, right? So they basically come and they identify training scenarios or training topics for officers to go, learn some things, right? So unfortunately, they don't have a huge budget, right? So when they do say, hey, we're gonna go to this POP or this problem-oriented policing conference, we only can allow so many people to go, right? Then, you know, the other one was, I think they sent people to, they sent someone to Denver, then also down to Louisville, Kentucky for a officer wellness seminar. So they don't have, you know, unlimited amounts of resources. You know, our forfeiture fund has, you know, well over $1 million in it, right? And to be honest with you, we send people to training all the time, probably more than ever. We're doing a great job, and that's why we wanted this system that you guys approved. Thank you very much. But we use our forfeiture money to send our officers to training. Officer Shoker, who's sitting over there, she's received a lot of training recently, along with the rest of our department. So Officer or Sergeant Mahood went to staffing command, $2,500, did a great job. You know, so the dollar amount, you know, is small compared to what benefits we'll get from it. You know, if it was approved.
I will agree that, you know, there'll be, you know, like I said, you're gonna bring this home. The dollar amount was actually large, especially to the city of Dearborn Heights, $11,000. You know, maybe small, I don't know, but to you, but I'm gonna tell you, Dearborn Heights, $11,000 is a lot of money. Not just something that's from the, and I get what you're saying, the metaphor you were stating, but I wanna be sure, even $1 is just high enough for taxpayers in the city of
Yeah,
Dearborn Heights.
I understand that completely. But when we talk about $11,000 compared to, you know, when I go there and I come back with the best practices in policing and we talk about liability. So if one of our officers, if we don't develop the policies and procedures which are correct in the best practices in policing, what's going to happen is, you know, we're going to get sued and it's going to multiply by 20, 30, 40 times, right? So that $11,000 could potentially be $5 million, right?
You're
So-
looking at it.
yeah, so I mean, it's basically us creating an opportunity to reduce the city's liability through $11,000.
Thank you so much, Director.
You're welcome.
Councilman Ahmad.
Director, can you please go over the benefits you just mentioned? Like what kind of class it is and what kind of benefit you think it's gonna bring to?
Yeah, so it's a leadership class, and what they talk about is they talk about the best practices in policing. They talk about, you know, budgets. They talk about use of force. They talk about use of force review. They talk about how it's important to train your officers. They talk about officer wellness and officer safety. And this is done in a, you know, and then it's like they give you books, obviously, and they give you the resources to bring back to the, you know, to the city. So it's just an abundant amount of information. And a lot of it is I know we want to tell the citizens here, you know, what it's about, but it's all in the documents. It really talks about everything, that they go over. They talk about, you know, cybersecurity, right? They talk about, you know, how you should retain officers and hire officers and background checks and how you can protect the city's liability while you're performing background checks and those types of things.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Council Chair.
Yep, Councilwoman.
Well, if we've got $1 million in forfeiture funds, 11,000 isn't that much. Plus, I think it's an opportunity, and it's excellent somebody from Dearborn Heights was invited that could bring that back to our cities. I really think we should let them do it.
Thank you.
Council Chair,
Councilman Saab.
again, this is great information gave us, sir. The administration again lied, and this is the problem. And you can sit there and say whatever, don't interrupt me, Roger.
Hey,
And you
I'll say
can
the
say,
point of order.
here we go.
Yeah,
Roger, point of order, please.
Again, the gentleman's up here stating what he's stating, and the administration has completely given us a narrative that's not true. Come back, I would like this to be referred back to the administration, bring it back with the correct practice and how we're going, and we'll approve it.
We're
Or
not
take
gonna,
it for a vote.
we're gonna take it to a vote, okay? We'll just set up my vote lines. All right, motion made by Councilman Baydoun, seconded by Councilman Saab. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No,
All right, Madam Clerk, take this to a vote. Roll call.
Ready? Hassan Saab.
yes. No, I'm sorry, no. Never called on first.
Robert Constant,
Yes.
Nancy Breyer,
Yes.
Denise Malinowski Maxwell,
No.
Hassan Ahmad,
No.
Will be do.
Yes.
Tie vote, motion fails.
Councilman, Wenzel just didn't want to be here today, huh?
He's completely-
All right, next up, we
Council
have
Chair.
11.
Oh.
Uh, excuse me?
No, I'm the.
Oh,
Chair,
I was,
Am I free to leave?
yes, please, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have ordinance and resolutions, 11A, resolution of Council of City of Dearborn Heights, Michigan, adopting of operating budget for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2025. Now, before we stop here, there are two motions. We are going to have to either adopt one of these two motions. Is that correct? And if we don't adopt either one of them, what if we just say no? Great question.
Beat it.
Okay, well, I'm looking at, I'm gonna make, just some quick recommendations. We're gonna read them both.
That was.
Okay. I'm gonna ask, Councilman Ahmad to read the first one,
Okay.
and I'm gonna have Councilwoman Breyer read the second one. Is that okay?
Is that the one by Matthew?
Yes.
Okay.
So, but I'm gonna have Councilman Ahmad start first with the first one.
And you're just reading
I'm just reading them. I'm not
both
making
of
a
them, we're
vote on
not
either one of
motioning
them.
it, we're just, okay.
And if Gary's back on, let me know. Yeah.
Let him go.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council adopt the resolution of the Council of the City of Dearborn Heights, Michigan, adopting an operating budget for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2025, and said tax levy shall be composed of the constituent rate for the purposes and with estimated yield described as follows based upon an aggregate of taxable assessed value of 1,764,133 and 175 for the city of Dearborn Heights, or as may be subsequently certified and amended net of tax increment capture as outlined 11-8.
Motion made by Councilman Ahmad.
No, we're not
We're not seconding this. We're gonna go to the second one.
All right, a motion recommended by Special Legal Counsel Miyake. The recommended motion reads that the Dearborn Heights City Council adopt the resolution of Council of the City of Dearborn Heights, Michigan, adopting an operating budget for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2025. Said tax levy shall be composed of the constituent rates for the purposes and with estimated yields described as follows, based upon an aggregate of taxable assessed values of, okay, you guys say that's 1 million?
Yes.
Okay, more than that. 1,764,133, 175. That doesn't make sense, guys.
1,000,000.
It's 1 billion.
1,764,100.
1 billion?
It's a billion.
Oh,
1,764,133,175. The other one was a billion also in the previous reading. For the city of Dearborn Heights or may be subsequently certified and amended net of tax increment capture. Further, consistent with City Charter Section 4.9, small a, the compensation of each city employee or officer shall be within the limits of and in accordance with the plan set forth in the personnel page of the budget applicable to employee or officer such that A, the compensation, salary, or wages of the employee or officer shall not exceed the amount stated for the employee or officer in the personnel page applicable to the employee or officer. B, the compensation, salary, or wages for each employee or officer whose position is exempt for purposes of paying overtime shall only be paid on a proportional basis during the fiscal year. And C, the compensation, salary, or wages for each employee or officer whose position is not exempt for purposes of paying overtime shall be paid on a proportional basis during the fiscal year, except as may be necessary to comply with any collective bargaining agreement or overtime law applicable to that employee officer as outlined in 11A.
Okay. All right, motion, first part of the motion was made, by our comptroller, Mr. Turner. The second motion was recommended by Special Legal Counsel Miyake. We are going to have to first have a discussion on which one we would prefer, and this is regarding our budget. Okay? And
Council Chair.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna take them both up for discussion, or maybe we can put our hands up if you want to do Mr. Turner's. And if, we can take a majority vote and then we can move forward by choosing that. I mean, I've never really done anything like this.
Council
No,
Chair.
you could do the first one and
Take it up for a vote?
take it up for a vote and then
Okay, well, let me get a second on the first one. Motion made by Councilman Ahmad. Can I get a second?
Second,
Second by Councilman Constant. Let's have a discussion on the first one.
Council Chair.
Councilman Constant.
As I read it, the second proposed motion is just a more complete version with certain language than the first. So,
What? Anyone else have a discussion on the first part?
Council Chair.
Councilman Saab.
Honestly, what about if we just don't want to vote period on this budget?
Well, I mean, you would go to the second part and you can make that decision. Okay? Or they can both get defeated.
If I may, I just want to, for the record, just create that. Mr.
Roger,
Miyake.
real quick, if you don't mind, and I'm gonna let you speak, but
Okay,
traditionally, when you sit up here as the council, you are not supposed to be spoken on until called upon. So like if a councilman says, hey, councilman, can I ask, the corporation council a question? You would then say, Council Chair, may I? But what seems to happen repetitively here is that you interrupt and you want to give your opinion on almost every single item. This is a council meeting. This is not an administrative meeting. This is not a mayor's meeting. This is a city council meeting in the city council chambers.
I understand.
So I'm gonna ask that unless you're being called on, please.
Council, I don't think that's the only way the city council, there's no definition of how the city council works or interacts with the city council, the corporation council, how both interact.
Well, right now we're
There's
talking
no-
about corporation council.
I'm just, corporation council, yes, I am. This resolution doesn't change the charter, by the way. But in any case, I would object to Mr. Miyake coming in and advising, again, it violates, I'm just putting on the record, the ordinance, section 4F that talks about the injunction that's in the federal court.
Roger, I don't want to hear about the injunction. We're not talking about the
I'm just putting
injunction.
it on the record.
I don't want you to put on the
I
record.
will keep
Send us an
quiet.
email. Point of order. Go ahead. Point of order. Councilwoman.
Yes, in our policy and procedure manual, it does specify that the mayor and corporate council are allowed to attend, but they are not able to interact with us unless we have a question for them. Then they can answer us.
I know.
Could you?
So it's in our policy and procedure. It's not in the charter.
Roger, I think the councilwoman here with her expertise just explained to you, we don't want to have back and forths. I don't want to hear about the injunction that's going on. All right? I don't want to discuss anything right now, especially when it has to do with anything that has to do with, legal reasons. You're the attorney. We aren't. So I just want to keep this as regular, ordinary business. Keep it at that. All right. So the first one is a recommendation by Comptroller Turner. Does anyone else have any, discussion on this?
Council Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman Breyer.
I don't know how we can vote on either when they're both probably over their budget.
Well, that's it. That's why we're gonna make a vote on both of them. And if you feel like that's a reason why you can't vote on it, vote with your heart.
Yeah.
All right, so we have 11A, first half, motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Constant. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
All right,
Hassan Ahmad,
No.
Nancy Breyer,
No,
Tom Wenzel,
no.
Denise Malinowski Maxwell,
No.
Hassan Saab,
No.
Mo Bedun,
No.
Robert Constant.
No. Madam Clerk, can you also set the record, that Councilman Wenzel is back here? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next up, we have the motion made by Councilwoman Breyer. Can I get a second?
second,
Seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion? I will start off by saying, I'm not an attorney, but what I can tell you is Michigan law tells you that if you are over on your budget and you don't have a balanced budget, it is illegal for us to make that vote. I see Michelle just raising her hand. Just give me a quick minute. I know that recently we got some assessments so that now we're only short like 1.9 million. you know, being $2 million short on this budget, on the mayor's budget. It's not the city council's budget. Just want to make that very clear. This was a proposal from the mayor. You know what? This would be my fourth time doing a budget, or third time, fourth time doing a budget. We've never had to pass a unbalanced budget. So, and I know in the past that we used ARPA funds, but seeing that we're still using that, and now we're just coming back and saying, hey, we can't figure it out. It's not our problem. I think you need to figure out where to cut the fat. I think you need to figure out, you know, why this is over budget. And I don't think you should be using our reserves for this. And I would hate for us to, you know, we deposited $10 million from ARPA funds already and we're still short $1.9 million. I know, you know, it sounds nice to say, you know, I'm bringing in all this money to the city. I'm bringing in $40 million from grants. Where are they? They're not here. You know, so I gotta say, I'm not happy with this. I'm speaking for myself. I ran on one of the things that I ran on was to being fiscally responsible and having a balanced budget. This is not a balanced budget and I'm not being fiscally responsible. So I'm not putting my name on a yes vote on this and I'm speaking for myself. You know, if Michelle can go out and figure out a way to cut out 1.9 million, $2 million and have us a surplus of maybe, I don't know, $100,000, maybe. But seeing that we don't even have a surplus, I'm disappointed. I'm gonna go to the Councilwoman Menalowski Maxwell and Councilman Saab next. And then Michelle, I'll have you speak when everybody kind of gives out their.
Council Chair, I couldn't have said it better. I'll
Thank you.
just leave it at
Great
that.
compliment. Thank you. Councilman Saab, you get the same compliment or do you want to?
Same compliment. Just
Thank
want to
you.
add a little more, you know, the residents deserve better. The city should be balanced. We should know where every dollar is at. I truly believe that the numbers here are either inflated and there's money out there somewhere, or it's just that there's a lot of pushback on, you know, about certain things we requested. So I agree with you, Council Chair, that, you know, we ran on a duty to have the residents' best interest in the taxpayers' money. You know, we're over levied to begin with. So I truly believe that a balanced budget is the way to go, and is the only way to go.
I just want to add on one more thing here. I brought this up in our last budget hearing and our final budget hearing as we went through line item by line item. I asked our interim comptroller, Mr. Turner, did any directors receive a bonus? He said yes. The HR director received a bonus. City council has never approved for the mayor to give out a bonus. When I asked him, why was this given out? He said, I can't tell you why, but I'm so disappointed by that, right? I don't think one employee should, please, nothing from the audience. You do it again, Vince, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. I want you to know that I'm so disappointed and to find out that $5,000 was just given away. That's taxpayers' money. That's a damn shame. It is a damn shame that we took $5,000 without the approval of the council. We all know anything over $1,500 should have came before us with today, but it didn't. That was sneaky. That was wrong. You know what? Shame on anybody that accepted the money and shame on the person that gave out the money. That's how I feel about this budget.
Council Chair.
Councilman Constant,
I have a question for Michelle from Plant Moran.
what's your question?
So we're taking 1.9 million out of fund balance. So it is a balanced budget, correct?
Yes, that is correct. Would you like me to explain?
Yes.
Are we taking money out of the fund balance?
Yes,
So if we had a surplus, would we be taking money out of the fund balance? Can you answer that for me?
then you would not, correct? Yeah,
So then we don't have a balanced budget. You had to use that for, you had to borrow money in order to make it a balanced budget. Like we had to borrow money 2 years ago while Mr. Saputo sat here, told the administration that they are overspending on money. We are overspending on money. You know what we continue to do? We overspent on our money. I'm gonna tell you something. One more time I see anything come before me that says amend this budget to increase for 30,000 or 20,000 or 15,000, I'm gonna point the finger at myself and say absolutely not. You got an issue with your CSO bond and you overspent? Van, figure it out. Mr. Deeb, figure it out. Don't come back to us and ask us for any more money. Because that's not how it operates. We never operated that way. And now it seems like it's become the norm. Hey, you know what? We're bringing this order right back in front of you. We need an additional $10 million. For who? Why? Why are we over budgeting ourselves? We don't have Ford Motor Company. You don't have a hotel or a LaFayette or anything like, we're a small bedroom community. We are spending like we have something else. You want more money? Go hire a grant writer. Go hire a lobbyist like we proposed 3 years ago. You didn't want to do that. Nothing from the audience. Thank you, guys. So it's not a balanced budget, Michelle, with respect. You had to use our fund balance.
With all due respect. I teach a lot of classes on budgeting with MGFOA, MTA, MMO. A common misconception is that you do not have a balanced budget if your revenues do not exceed or equal your expenditures. What Michigan State Law, Public Act 2 of 1968 states, and that's the law that you're referring to, is you have to have fund balance left at the end of the year in order to have a balanced budget. Any one given year, you may exceed your revenues with expenditures. You may use fund balance. So to say that you don't have a balanced budget, you absolutely do have a balanced budget, according to the state of Michigan. However, I do agree that you will have to use fund balance in order to pass this budget as presented. I also agree with Mr. Sabuda from a couple of years ago that the city does need to be very cognizant of spending because you cannot spend $1.9 million over your revenues every single year. Absolutely agree with you on that. So
we spent 2.3 million the year before, 1.6 million the year before.
Yes.
1.9 million this year, which would have been like 3.1, but surprisingly, we got some extra money.
and also 2 years ago, when you did pass that budget that Mr. Sabuda presented, it did have a use of fund balance in there. And you were using the ARPA funds as your use of fund balance. So that is what you're doing again, is just using 1.9 million in fund balance. Just want to explain a few things though on the budget. Of that amount, 1.4 is due directly to salary increases from negotiated wages. So that is, they are right there, but.
How much are we using for salary?
So 1.4 million was negotiated wage increases.
To who? I wonder if that was a bonus that we don't know about.
And it's all of the unions. It's strictly the union negotiated wage increases. So we've tried.
What do we do next year? With another 1.9 million. What do we do the following year? We just tell the city to go
Exactly.
into receivership?
The council,
Is that what we're asking for?
you will have to make some hard decisions.
We're not,
I absolutely,
this isn't our budget.
the city
Yeah,
will have to
but
make.
this is not the city. We are not making any decision. We were proposed a mayor's budget, Michelle, that you, Plant Moran Gap, the comptroller, and the mayor, and the HR director proposed to this council and said,
Correct.
hey, we overspent $1.9 million. We're gonna point the finger on you guys because you guys approved that budget. I'm okay with that. I'm sorry. Figure it out.
Council Chair.
Councilman Constant,
One other question. What is roughly our fund balance?
$17 million.
Exactly. Currently,
that?
it's $17 million. At the end of the year last year, your unrestricted was about 9.5 million. So that's the unrestricted portion. And so at the end of this year, it'll be about $8 million
Thank you.
unrestricted.
Councilman Ahmad.
Thank you, Michelle, for the explanation.
Of course.
And you're absolutely right. We do have to make the hard decision, and that's what we're making right now, because we need to stop
Understandable.
the habit of going back to the fund balance and borrowing money. We need to come up with something smart to move the city forward. If we keep doing this, we're going down. So thank you for the explanation, and
course.
Councilor Chair, I think we're ready to go ahead and vote.
Well, any other discussion on this? If not, we can take it up to a vote. Michelle, I want to start off by saying you are a rock star. Honestly, so respectful. You've taken on, I know this is like a lot of sweat, tears and everything in this. So wherever this vote goes, I want you to know your services to the city of Dearborn Heights, the residents in the city is so lucky to have you. And I mean that, guys. This lady worked so hard on this budget. We may have to work a little harder. Who knows? It might pass. But you know, I know you teach a lot of classes and I if we had Michelle full-time, not through Plant Moran Gap, but through the city of Dearborn Heights, I honestly believe we wouldn't be in this position. And I'm not saying that to be friendly. I'm not saying that to be just to blow smoke. I truly mean it. If you were here full-time as our comptroller, Or if we had somebody as knowledgeable, not to say that Mr. Turner's not, because I know he's our interim and I believe he's extremely knowledgeable. But I know that you're in the trenches. You've been with us for what, 3 years now? 3, going on to 3. We were at Riverside when we approved Plant Moran Gap. So we're going on to 3.
When it comes to chair, for the short time that Mr. Turner has been here, has been doing a great job.
He is also very transparent, does not care, speaks straight from the hip, and I love that about him. Really, I love that about him. So I just want you to know, don't take my vote on saying I don't appreciate your work or honor your work, because I truly do from the bottom of my heart.
It's never personal when you talk about numbers, so
Yeah.
I am not offended
Numbers
either
don't
way.
lie. Numbers don't lie. All right. Any other discussion? Hearing none.
Council Chair,
Yeah.
so let's just, agree on something. We're trying to get a balanced budget without going to the fund balance to borrow money.
Correct.
So that's the only way we're gonna approve on a budget, correct?
Correct.
Council Chair,
Councilman,
I have one last question for Michelle.
hey,
if I may.
you got the floor, Councilman. You're the rock star.
So last year, the money, the deficit money, a lot of it came from ARPA funds. Is that a correct statement?
The 22-23, yes. Your spending that was over your revenues would have come directly from
$1.3
ARPA.
million.
Yes,
And now the $1.9 million went to revenue losses, but we're still technically using ARPA money. So
because it went to
now
fund
we've
balance.
technically used a 2.3 plus 1.9. And what's that? Close to $4.2 million on
Yes.
ARPA money that was supposed to be used for emergencies to taxpayers who are suffering in the city of Dearborn Heights. That's what that money is being used for. Instead, we're using it for things like litigation, and paying off this, and we also have the highest water bills. I mean, I'm just not happy.
Keep in mind, though, the water bills are through the water fund.
I know,
So-
but
Okay.
to say to taxpayers that we're using this $4.3 million on things completely different where we could have used them towards our residents, I'm not happy with them. Just being honest. So I'm gonna take this to a vote.
Is there
Seeing
another
no other
question?
discussion.
Yeah, so if that money isn't used, the ARPA money isn't used, we pay it back, correct?
No, we already used it.
Your 10 million that you took into for revenue loss, you may keep that for your own use. Yes.
Just want you to know.
You will not lose that.
2.3, 1.6, 1.9. That's what we've used towards the budget every year from ARPA, the 10 million. So when we say revenue losses, that's where we've used revenue losses towards the budget, to balancing the budget. So what are we gonna do when that $10 million is gone, Councilman? What are you gonna do? You're gonna go out and beg in the streets for more ARPA money?
Cut our expenses and pass a balanced budget.
Okay, so you know what we should do? We should save that one. We should be using this $1.9 million back to our parks, back to our streets, back to our services. Go buy a new street sweeper, go buy a leaf sucker, figure it out. And that's what you should be using that $1.9 million for. Knocking down some of the sycamore trees. But that's how I feel about that, Michelle. I'd like to use the $1.9 million to maybe the Ecorse Creek.
Yes.
All right, all in favor, please state aye.
Council Chair.
Council Chair. Council.
While we're on the budget, but she's up there. I know there's been a lot of lawsuits in the city, in this past year, several past years. And I know we're represented by MMRMA. How much of taxpayer money was spent on attorney fees and settlements that MMRMA didn't cover?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but I'm sure administration could come up with that number.
Guys, point of order.
Council Chair, I'd be interested in finding out what that number
Put
is.
a resolution in. I don't know if they're gonna answer you, but.
I mean, is there another way to do it besides going through the
Yeah,
administration?
you can FOIA it.
I mean, do you know, once you have some kind of record of it?
Are you talking about just 1 year? Or,
Well, yeah, 1 year for now, yeah, just the past year, no, the past 2 years. I mean, there's gotta be a way that you can
I
find
would-
that,
I'd have to talk to the administration because I don't know what MMRMA covers, but versus what they don't cover. Yeah.
Is there some record that shows something was paid out through taxpayers' money out of the budget? Gotta be some kind of record of that.
Maybe the treasurer can help with that too.
Yeah, it'd be hard to tell right now. I can't off the top of my head, obviously. I can get with administration and we'll see if they can provide that detail to you.
I'd appreciate if we can get that before our next meeting. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Hearing any other questions or discussion? All in favor, please state aye.
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 Those opposed?
No.
Madam Clerk, please take roll call.
Tom Wenzel,
No.
Hassan Ahmad,
No.
Hassan Saab,
No.
Mo Bidun,
No.
Denise Malinowski Maxwell,
No.
Robert Constant,
Yes.
and Nancy Bryan.
Yes, with a strong warning that it's gotta stop now.
Motion
Well,
defeated.
that doesn't change, Councilwoman, saying it's okay to overspend. All right, motion fails. Next up. Treasurer Hicks Plain, administration fee collecting resolution tax year 2024.
Council Chair,
Councilman Saab.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the imposition of the treasurer of the city of Dearborn Heights shall administer the imposition of property tax administration fee pursuant to MCL 2101.444 with respect to taxes to be collected for the summer of 2024 and winter 2024 only, with the stipulation that is mine. Oh. With the stipulation that the imposition of the future property tax administration fee will require a new resolution before it may be imposed, and that the fee shall be used to offset costs incurred by the city of Dearborn Heights in assessing property values, collecting the property tax levies, and review the appeal processes as outlined in 11B.
A motion by Councilman Saab. Do we have a second?
Second.
And seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion? I don't know if we're gonna hear from the treasurer about this. Just a brief explanation, Madam Treasurer.
There I am. Hello again. Yes, this is a standard administration fee of 1% that is applied to all tax bills. It does provide for expenses for the assessing of properties, as well as a small portion for the comptroller's office and the treasurer's office in creating tax bills and mailing them out. The total amount of revenue on average is about $770,000 annually.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. I do remember that we did approve this last year and it's like a really thing. Any more questions from council members? Okay, we good to take this to a vote. Whoever is in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Moving on to 11C, Councilman Saab, resolution restricting the reallocation of budgeted funds without council approval.
Council Chair,
Go ahead, please.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the resolution regarding the restriction of the reallocation of budgeted funds without city council approval as outlined in 11C.
Second.
Second, so we have a motion by Councilman Saab, seconded by Councilman Tom Wenzel. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead,
Council
Councilman
Chair.
Saab.
Yes, going back to our budget and the spending issues and all that, this would limit the administration to adjust anything in the budget without coming back to city council. So that way we know where every penny from every department or if something's moved around from where it's supposed to be.
I mean, Councilman, I do believe like, I don't think the administration, they can do any, moving stuff around without coming back to city council, but I do respect and I appreciate you coming with this resolution just to emphasize the fact that they're not supposed to do that.
Council Pro Tem. And this is exactly what the administration does, and this is why I'm bringing it forward.
But they're not supposed to, but.
At least we're gonna acknowledge.
Hey, point of order, please. I guess, any more discussion on this? No more discussion. I guess we can take it to a vote.
I'm gonna refrain from voting, so go ahead.
Whoever is in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Moving on. 11D.
We're on 11 what?
11D.
What about 11C?
We just voted on it.
on it.
Man, can you take my vote and say yes? I didn't want to refrain from that, please. Can you change my vote? Aye. Good, very good, thank you, Councilman.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that. This needs to be maybe, written and hung up on our wall. Very nice. All right, next up, we have 11D, City Engineer Deeb Resolution to Tentative Contract Award for Clean Water State Revolving Fund CWSRF project.
Council Chair.
Councilwoman Breyer, sorry, Councilman, ladies first.
Recommend a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the resolution regarding the tentative contract award for Clean Water State Revolving Fund, CWSRF project, as outlined in 11D.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Constant. Any other discussion?
Council Chair,
Councilman Saab?
is this for the water meters or?
No, this is for Clean Water State Revolving Funds
Okay.
project. Any other discussion?
Council Chair,
Councilman?
is the director online?
Right in front of us.
Okay, let's explain what that is. I read in the backup, I was a little bit fuzzy on some of the stuff.
Councilman. Mr. Deep, actually, he just had a question about if you can tell us more about the wastewater treatment that you're working on and the collection, this project.
He wants to know what this is.
Okay, so this is the actual resolution based on what you approved the last couple meetings. So we must have a resolution from elected officials to proceed with the project, and this is what we're asking for. So we've already approved going after the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. And so part of that process requires a resolution approval by elected officials, and that's
Where are you gonna use the funds? What project?
three projects, actually. Oh, this is just the L41 you just approved. I'm sorry. The clean water, not the drinking water, CW. So the project you just approved under 7B. So 7B is the contract that we just approved, the CSO. And if you recall, when we did the capital project funding, we took that project out of the money from the old bond and moved it into the new bond. And so so this way we qualified for 50% state. So by doing that, we saved half the project cost. And so now that's the resolution authorizing that. You just authorized the contract.
Yeah, Councilman Winston just walked in, that's
Right, right. So right, under 7B, we have a contract. We went out to bid and selected a company and we just approved the contract. So 50% of that contract now is state funding, which is what this resolution will allow us to do.
100%, 50%?
50%, 50.
No, 100% though?
50, and there's no
I
100%.
mean, are you sure it's 50%?
It's 50%.
100% sure.
Now you're confusing me, but yes.
So that's guaranteed.
Yeah, so we have,
Okay.
this
All right.
is part of the process.
Yeah.
So you guys authorized us. Now we have the contract. We just submitted the information to the state. And now we have your blessing. So we go after it and we sit down and that's when we do the, the closing.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Dean.
Hearing none. Councilman, you have a question or you want to vote on it?
No, question. Just waiting for him to finish. How much is this? How much are we paying?
So this is half of the project cost. So the project cost you just approved was 5 million?
5 million? Is that our 50% or is that over?
No, this is 50%. This is the Clean Water State Revolving Fund is 50% of the project cost.
So the
So you
project
just,
cost,
7B, you just approved the contract for L41. And this is for us to get 50% of that money we just approved.
and I'm asking, what was that amount?
Half of it,
4.460.
yeah, so half of the contract
2.2
value.
million?
Yeah, half of the contract value.
So 2.2 million we're responsible for.
Yes.
That's gonna get through a loan.
Yes, so 50% is forgiven and the rest is a loan. Yes, low interest loan.
Is this the one that I voted no on, that's gonna go on to taxpayers' water bills that we said?
No.
And you said, yeah, well, it's a very small amount. just-
Council Chair, this project was already voted
I know, a couple of weeks ago.
prior to, right?
I remember.
Yes, I know, I
And
know.
this was for the three projects that was gonna be water meters, The CSO one, but the attorney's voting.
no.
So.
So I understand. Just keep in mind, this project was already promised under the old bond issue. And we just ran out of money. So L41 was part of the old bond issue. And this is the one that, but we didn't have any, so it was all our cost under the old bond. So now by moving it into this application, we get half the costs shared by the city, by the state. And we only have to pay half.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, any other discussion? Motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, second by Councilman Thompson. Seeing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have City Engineer deed, first reading, proposal ordinance H 24-02 bond, authorizing clean water state revolving funds, CWSRF, loan principal forgiveness. It's a good one.
Council Chair.
Councilman Constant.
Councilwoman Breyer would like to do it.
He said I should do it. All right.
Why? Okay.
The recommended
Man, you're giving
motion.
her a book today.
As the Dearborn Heights City Council moved that ordinance number H 24-02, an ordinance to provide for the acquisition, construction, installation, furnishing, and equipping of additions and improvements to the water and sewer system of the city, to provide for the issuance and sale of junior lien revenue bonds to pay the cost thereof, to provide for the collection of revenues from the system sufficient for the purpose of paying the cost of operation and maintenance of the system, and to pay the principal of and interest on the bonds, to provide for the segregation and distribution of system revenues, to provide for the rights of the holders of the bonds and enforcement thereof, to establish separate series of bonds of senior and subordinate status with respect to the net revenues of the system, to prescribe the form of the bonds, and to provide for other matters relating to the bonds in the system, be considered read for the first and second time, and that the ordinance become effective upon publication in the Press and Guide as outlined in 11A.
Second.
11E.
Motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Constant. Something's going on over here. The Screen's being taken over. I think it's Angela in the back.
Mine too.
Somebody draw.
The other. Somebody's drawing.
Somebody drawing smiley faces.
Somebody hacked the system.
I like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There it goes. Okay. Oh, that was me. Whoever the hacker is, I don't know.
Councilman, did you do that?
Was that was the mayor in his office. Hi, putting smiley faces. Thank you, Mayor. All right, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Look how happy Mr. Deep is today. Mr. Deep's like, man, I didn't have to talk on anything. It's split second, huh? Thank you, Mr. Deep. We're being hacked again.
Oh, no.
You are the following. Okay. Just,
There's something in there.
so Hassan, are you the public activist? I see him on. He might have been the one doing this. All right, next up, we have Councilman Saab resolution establishing a 12-month application stay.
Council Chair,
Councilman Saab.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve a resolution imposing a 12-month application stay on the issuance of new permits, licenses for car washes, gas stations, used dealerships, auto repair shops, collision shop centers, and with the city of Dearborn Heights, the application stay pertains solely to new incoming businesses as outlined in 11F.
Support. Motion made by Councilman Saab. Seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Discussion on this, I'm gonna give the floor to Councilman Saab since it is his, and then I'll open it to everyone else.
Council Chair, we brought this to a special meeting. I went back and worked it out and took advice of the council, the residents, everything. I really believe that a 12-month stay applications on this to see where the city's heading, our master plan, everything in between. We're just put a temporary pause on it. I think it's in the best interest of the city.
Thank you, Councilman Saab. I will say a few things on this one. I like this as well. I don't like that it says gas stations. I would have added tow yards and junk yards in there
They
as
are,
well.
the toll yards are actually,
They're not.
it was,
So we
okay,
can amend it to say that. 'cause I
right.
don't want a
I'd like to
junkyard.
amend it to say junkyards, scrap yards, and toll yards.
Yep. I don't wanna say, I think, residents have spoken on this for a long.
Sorry, Council Chair. George, is this the updated one? That's why.
Yeah,
I believe I copy and pasted from the
Okay.
latest email.
Okay.
yeah, you most recently sent it. I have it actually right here.
Huh.
But it didn't say tow yards and junkyard. I read it.
Okay.
So I would like to amend it to state, so it's tow yards and junkyards. I also want to, Councilman, just have a discussion with you. Just playing devil's advocate. I'm in support of this, but I still want to play the devil's advocate, even though we had a study session on it. I've owned land in Dearborn Heights for 30 years.
Okay.
You know, I'm rich. My father was rich. He passed away. You know what? Now I want to go ahead and build a gas station there. I'm just gonna hold you for a second, right? And you come on, I see there's a moratorium here that says I can do it, or there's a stay that says I can't do it. File a lawsuit against the city of Dearborn Heights, which has happened before with hookah license. I believe Mrs. Janoon actually spoke out saying she didn't want to have hookah license and we still got sued. And the moratorium was actually defeated in court, Third Circuit Court. And the city just took on all this liability because they said, we assumed that the moratorium, which was actually the mayor that put forward, and it was defeated in court. So what's to say that this is going to be something that can't be defeated outside of court? So my thing to you is, why don't we keep this for 12 months? I'm gonna tell you right now, I wouldn't support an ordinance to say no more no more gas stations in Dearborn Heights. I will tell you, I will support a resolution that says, and not a resolution, but an ordinance that says no more junkyards, no more car washes, no more dealerships, no more of all of those things, and I would put it in a complete ordinance, and I would support that. I'm gonna support this right here, right now, but I'm gonna tell you right now, do not think, as much as you wanna tell me the way this is written and this, none of it stands, because in court, there's precedent that states that if you were to have no cities to say you can't have a car wash, you can't have a hookah lounge without an ordinance being established, and an ordinance wasn't established, it was only a moratorium, which was designed to be defeated.
Council Chair?
Yes.
This is not a moratorium. This is a stay.
I
It's an
understand that.
applications. We're not saying you can't build. We're saying we're pausing. We want to get more data, studies about, demographics. How many people per capita that we need something for. I think the city is getting flooded with certain things, and that's the problem, and it's just not fair.
I agree with you.
And Council Chair, just for the record, we have, I think, 4 or 6 gas stations in the cities that are boarded up. I'm not against gas stations. And if it's a
I know, but
current
gas
gas
stations
station,
are convenience stores.
Council Chair, some of these gas stations have chaos. So Council
That's
Chair,
what?
this, like little stores that you just go up and pay on.
We have one of those, it's Kroger.
It's, there's some in the south end. So Council Chair, my thing is that I'm not against gas.
I'm gonna stop you right there. There's not kiosks in,
I mean, maybe on Taylor's side. but-
yeah, there's nothing in Dearborn Heights.
So, just let me explain this to you. This will not affect any closed gas station. This will not affect any gas stations that are currently in business. This will not affect any gas stations that have gone through the process of zoning or building or are in the queue.
I know, but what I'm trying to understand is you're saying automotive. My thought to this is, what does a gas station, a convenience store, have anything to do with automotive, other than pumping gas? What if right now, tomorrow, I wanted to open up an electric station?
This is not, electric is not gas.
I understand that. That's true. That's a good point. That's a good point. I'd love to open up an electric station.
That's something we need. You get state incentives for it.
Yeah.
That's something we don't have. Again, I'm not against it. This is just to get data. This is just to get information.
So let's just say tomorrow I wanna go buy Councilman Ahmad's gas station right there on Ford Road in Beach Daily, which she doesn't own. I'm just throwing that out there, right?
And buy it.
I can buy it in the.
It's a gas station. It's an
This is only for any, what if I put my application forward to build a gas station?
There, you can't get the application. There's a stay on it for 12.
So, but I've already.
It's clearly states in here you are
Okay.
protected on.
Okay, now, let's just say I pulled my application on Monday. I pulled my application 1 year ago. Am I affected under the state?
No.
Right? Because my prints or whatever was affected and
No.
now they're expired. Would I be affected?
No.
Mind you, I'm just playing this out there because I've gotten so many different phone calls. I'm gonna tell you how I feel about this. I absolutely love this resolution, Councilman. I love this. but I don't love it as a resolution. I want to adopt it as an
But
ordinance.
this is the first step to get an ordinance.
I don't think we need any more steps. I don't think anybody here wants to see any more car washes. I don't think anybody here wants to see any more used car dealerships. I don't think anybody here wants to see any more tow yards, junk yards, anything that has to do with scrapping in the city of Dearborn Heights. We are not, excuse my language, a shit show of a city. It's not what we are. So I love this resolution. I thank you for bringing it forward. And I hope the administration will adopt a resolution effective immediately on this without including car washes. Without including gas station. I will honor the 12-month stay, but I would hate to see an ordinance put forward saying no more gas stations in Dearborn Heights. That would be like so dumb.
Honestly, Council Chair, we just want to see the city flourish
I do
outside of
too. I agree.
automotive.
I agree.
We're never against, this has nothing to do against new businesses. It's just being constructive and moving the city forward.
Thank you, Councilman. This was much, I know some of the council members or not council members, some residents have concerns on this and they sent us some emails and I thank them for that because they made it really easy for me to go ahead and vote on this one. So if there's any other discussion?
Council Chair?
Yep.
Briefly.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna go to Councilwoman Menalowski Maxwell.
One thing I'd like to require is the admin to come up with a master plan before the 12 months, so we know what we're dealing with within the next 12 months.
I wish they could have did it like 2 months. I wish they would have did it.
I mean, before this is up, we need a master plan to go on for future
Well,
approval.
George, can you keep that in our notes?
Can we add that to this?
Yeah, well,
Let's add it.
so I plan on putting,
Let's just add it.
sure, I'd add that to have the master plan or the first version of the master plan on here within the first 12 months.
Mayor, do you think we
And I'm
can
not
see a
done.
master plan in 12 months? Mariana, Mr. Deeb? Mariana's nodding her head no, so it looks like she's already shut it down.
Well.
What's that? Hey.
We're supposed to have something in front of us next meeting. Council Chair, so as I indicated last meeting, the RFQ for a master plan is due tomorrow. So we will have a selection after which, from past experience though, community of this size for a master plan, not an update, a full master plan, it takes more than a year.
Well, updated, you guys gave us an updated one 3 years ago from 2007, so nothing
Okay,
is an update.
2007 is not my update. I'm just saying that's what we have in place.
The administration presented that to us.
I understand.
Yeah.
2007 is what we have currently as an update. We don't have a brand new master plan.
Can't wait
What
till we
have
see like
now-
an amusement park or.
I actually have,
pools. My son's gonna go swimming somewhere. Can't wait for that one day.
it's badly needed. It should have been done, 20 years ago. It is,
Guys, say,
we're taking it,
nothing from the audience,
So
please,
it
guys.
will be-
I don't wanna
it
do
will
that,
be-
please. I love
we
you
will
guys.
have every effort and it's one of the few, obviously in addition to, other projects, but the RFQ is to cover all these needed services, starting with the master plan.
Councilwoman?
Also, I'd like to request a list of all the licensed businesses in the city of Dearborn Heights from both the building department and the clerk's office. So we have two lists to compare, so we don't run into a situation like someone goes to the building department and walks past the clerk on the way out. I'd like all.
Yeah, there
all
needs to
from
be a
our-
better, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, she's spot on. That's a terrible system.
I would like all the council members to receive a paper, a hard copy or an email in regards to that.
That's a great idea, actually. We can put a resolution on that. I think, you know what? We'll do that next week. I'll put a resolution on. We'll
No, we can
sponsor it.
request it on that.
Council Chair, I actually have a resolution I didn't want to add to this, is that to get an updated list of all the current businesses with their licenses and all the businesses that are licenses have expired in the city.
I don't think they have a way of knowing.
Yeah, we do.
Yes, they do.
Well, I'm sorry, a delinquent business list?
Yes.
Yes, we have that.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
we've
why don't
shared
you-
that with
why don't you send
ordinance.
us a
Email
delinquent one?
both of them, please.
I'm sorry, we can send that to you right away.
Thank you.
That's why,
Oh,
I know
that's
that ordinance has been going out and
Yep.
citing them.
Thank you.
The ones that are.
Council Chair?
Are we deep?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Council Chair?
Well, I'm so sorry. It's Councilman Constantly.
Very quickly, so we agree it's used car
Yes,
dealership.
yes, that's what I read.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councilwoman, did you have something?
No.
Thank you. Councilman Wenzel. Sorry, I was gonna let ladies go first.
Thank you. Mr. Deeb, I know we're gonna pick a company, or they're all due tomorrow, said, right, the RFQs?
Q.
Yeah, what's the process? Is it gonna be chose tomorrow? Is it gonna be a week from tomorrow, a month from tomorrow?
So-
When do we get bigger company?
Okay, so depending on how many responses we get, I have been contacted by a large number of people. So the way it's intended, so if you recall, I presented to you the entire capital improvement program, the CIP. All the projects that we've been talking about, like the water meters, the ARPA money that we need to spend, the fire station, all the capital projects, the large capital projects. So all of which have one requirements in common. They must be qualification based, not an RFP or a bid. Qualification based, meaning that you solicit qualified companies, and that's what we did, because that's federal guideline. So now, depending on how many people we get, I'm gonna be presenting you with a list of consultants that will be in charge of all these projects. So there will be architectural, engineering, a list of consultants. So the process works by you select the most qualified and then you negotiate rates. This is very similar to what CDBG does. So when CDBG, you provided their rate schedule is based because they use federal money. So this is the same process. I'm going to be presenting you with a list of these consultants, that will have architectural, engineering, environmental, fire station, all these projects that we need to do in the next 3 years. They all have to be completed by 26. So we will select these and present them to you for approval. And then after that, these are the consultants. So one of them will be for the master plan. And then this, you assign the work accordingly.
Okay, so what's the answer?
So in the short, if I receive 500, application, it's gonna take me, I don't have any staff, so I'm gonna have to review all of them.
How many do you receive so far?
Tomorrow, we'll find out tomorrow. I haven't received any. No, they have to be in by 3:00.
Are you anticipating picking a consultant for the master plan within a month?
Yes, that's safe to say, yes.
Okay, my follow-up question is, can we come up with a master plan, a tentative master plan, vote on it, and then spend the next, saying 6 months or 9 months, and then spend the next year tweaking and adding to it? So we can actually have a master plan, because I know some grants require the city has a master plan. The sooner we get a master plan, the better off.
You have a master plan right now.
It's actually,
But you have a master plan, so you can still qualify for those bids.
Yes.
You still have an updated master plan.
right. So we do have, what I did when I joined the city, because we didn't have an updated master plan, I did the capital improvement program, CIP, and we came up with a list. I surveyed all the departments and found out what state we are on all our facilities. And I have a lengthy capital improvement program. Normal situation though, is you go through a master plan, you decide collectively with input from the citizens and all the stakeholders, exactly what vision you want for your city going forward. And they develop your plan, your 5-year CIP based on that vision. So you decide where you want to be, and then you put a plan to get you there. Now, we do have a capital program, which is why we received all these grants now, because we know some of them, like the fire station is a done deal. We know we need one. We know we need the water mains replacement. We know we need the water meters, so all these projects are on the list. So we solicit funding and we put a plan in place. This plan will be tweaked because we are part of adjacent communities. So we're working with all these adjacent communities to have a seamless capital program. In short, I guess when we award the capital of the master plan, you're going to see a lot of public meetings, and you guys, of course, will be guiding this effort to come up with ideas. What do you want to do with Michigan Avenue? What do you want to do with, all these? So I don't have overlays and bits and pieces of ordinances. I like to have a citywide, I need to update my ordinance book.
Council Chair, the master plan consists of dozens of categories, or a lot of categories. And we do have an existing master plan. So can we update the category pertaining to this resolution first, get that updated, and then consider that finalized? And it'll be part of our master plan, so we can do it within
I
a
think
year.
what I was trying to say is, Councilman, is you have to have one updated entire master plan. You can't do it in bits and pieces.
Well, no, because we have a master plan right now.
So yeah, we can update that to the
So we
current
can,
master plan.
we can update it section by section. Take 2 years to do it. You know, because it's gonna take, I was on the city, planning commission, we did the last master plan. And it took a year and a half, or maybe a little bit more than that.
Yeah. I know, I've done them
My other
before.
question, do we have money in the budget for finance and master plan?
So actually, what we do have some money in the budget we put, but we also have grants to allow for. So it'll be done over time. We will start with the existing. Obviously, we're not gonna start from scratch. We will start. Some elements of the old master plans may still apply. And we can probably prioritize if you want these uses, but you also have to keep in mind that what I'm trying to say, that if you guys recall, we approved being part of the communities for doing the master plan from Detroit to Ann Arbor. So we're meeting with these communities now, and there are a lot of good ideas coming out of it, because if you recall, we have 4 parallels in the city of Dearborn Heights, right? Warren, Ford, Michigan, and Van Born, right? So we're going down, Michigan hasn't been touched because it's such a small stretch. So we are relying on adjacent community, and I like to put that, because we're trying to seek businesses to augment our tax base. And this is one of these, areas that, I'm recommending high tech and, that kind of attraction. So we'll be coming back to you with ideas that, I like to give incentives to these people to try to attract a better tax base instead of, what we have today. So we will look at all of it. Everything's on the table. It's not an update. It's a brand new master plan. This will decide the vision for this city for the next 20 plus years.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for that. I think Councilman Saab, you said you'd like to amend it, but I see he's choosing an RFP. What we can do is eventually just bring in another resolution when needed, Councilwoman. That's okay. So we're gonna hear back from him and then we can go ahead and amend it, but seeing the way it is, in hearing no other discussion, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Congratulations. Motion carries. Next up, new business, temporary food truck tent cart license application.
Council Chair,
Councilman Ahmad.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the temporary food truck tent cart license applications for Hanky Panky Donuts and Blazing Hot Wings, and renewal applications for Burgerati chicken and cheese and Katrina Mia as outlined in 13-A.
Second. Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, second by Councilman Constant. I know we're going through discussion. I just want to tell you guys on this last topic, when we had this discussion, I want you to know that I reached out to the Madam Clerk and I said, let's get to the bottom of this. Nobody knows, what the updated number is. I think we agreed anywhere between 15 to 20 people over the last year or two have applied. We have 7 approved trucks that are stolen in operation. 7. Out of 20, 7 stayed open. What that's telling you guys is if 20 people opened up in Dearborn Heights, less than half survive. And, so the rumor that we have all these food trucks and they're rooming brick and mortars, I reached out. I reached out. Now, let me a restaurant because I got a great relationship with them. I reached out to Basha Grill and I have a great relationship with them. I said, is this one food truck on Ford Road in Beach Daily affecting your shawarma sales? They said, absolutely not. May God bless this man. May he continue to prosper. I then went to the mobile and I said, if I were to take this man away from you, what would this do for you? He said, you would kill me in my business because it's bringing attraction into me. We need to also understand that we're in the 21st century. Food trucks, and not because I have a family member that owns a food truck, because I read that very funny comment the other day, like, oh, he must have a family member. No, I have 0, but I will tell you, I was actually the first food truck owner in Dearborn Heights. I owned something called Heights Hot Dogs. Former late Mayor Palacco used to go, former Councilman Muscat today still says it was the best hot dog he's ever had. Granted, I sold it and I no longer own it. But I want you to know that before ever getting on council, I used to work with Councilman Abdullah on this, and this resolution that is put here as a temporary food truck license is not talking about the food truck license that, something happened with Roger or the planning commission, because I never seen that. What we have before us are 2 different things that I believe the Councilman Saab spoke about last week. What we have before us are renewals and people that want to come here, and great. Let these people come out here and try and open up a brick and mortar. I'd love for them to happen. And for you to think that can't happen, let's talk about Dave's Hot Chicken. Dave's Hot Chicken was a man that started in California, sat in a corner, tried to open up his business. It is now the most successful chicken joint across the United States. I believe they're opening up one in Dubai. So now they're going international. This guy started off of because a reporter one day came out and had their spicy chicken sandwich and told everybody about it. Let's talk about Corn on the Corner. The guy was selling shaved corn in Ramadan. He now opened up in the heart of West Dearborn outside of the Peace Park and he bought a business for $300,000 with no name on it. He bought a location. We need to understand that we are in control of entrepreneurship. We are not saying that we're going to sleaze these things all around the city. But I can tell you something right now. I'd love to go to Van Born and see a food truck than before seeing a used car dealership. And I think the residents would appreciate that a lot more as well. So before being so close-minded and saying we don't want food trucks, I think we need to broaden our horizon a little bit. I also spoke with Mr. Issa, who has said to me that he's no longer doing the central location for food trucks because it wasn't successful for him. I wish him all the best in his future endeavors, but that's not what he's doing. And lastly, I want you to know myself, I'm speaking for myself. I am passionate for food trucks because I look at cities like Northville. I look at cities like Plymouth. I'm looking at cities like Livonia that are adopting these food trucks, the city of Detroit. What are we going to say to our Parks and Recreation director that, hey, you can't have any food trucks in here. They're not allowed to come. Just the other day, illegally, I was at a Riverside event called Rave Day, and they had a bunch of illegal food trucks because we did not pass these new food trucks. Yes, they are illegal. And let me tell you something. What I'm going to start telling then to our Parks and Recreation director, you can't have certain things in here because it is illegal and we adopted not to support it. It's disappointing. I'm going to tell you, I am disappointed at this body for voting no on this. Because, and you know what? It's a democracy. You're right. Everybody has that right. But what I want you to remember is, in Arabic, we say this is somebody's riz'ah, is what you're potentially taking away. And what that means is somebody's blessings. This is somebody's future. This is somebody's livelihood. I myself can tell you, I am 1000% in support of this. And no, because I don't have a family member that owns one, or I don't have a buddy that owns one. Believe it or not, I think the names are a little cheesy, like Hinky Pink and Burgerati. But I can tell you there are a couple of foodies out there in the community, like HFJ, who I respectfully respect, who goes around and tests things out, or some guy named Big Hamza who goes out and tests them out. And from what I've heard, Burgerati's got one of the best burgers. It's got like pomegranate and stuff in it. I probably wouldn't eat it. But it was ranked as one of the best burgers. Outside of Al Junes, who is also a burger joint in the city of Dearborn Heights. So this is where I stay. I'm very passionate because I like to see the betterment of our community. I don't think any council member that voted no on it has any ill intentions. I think they just want to see that it's being controlled, and I respect it. But just keep in mind, when we spread the information of, well, they're all over the city, we got 6. That's what we have. We have 6 food trucks. Yes. Thank you.
All right, Council Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Councilman.
This is not about any single individual food truck. You brought this resolution, a year, 2 years ago, as a temporary.
A year ago,
as a temporary licensing.
Yes.
Okay. And we support it. And we supported it. At the Planning Commission a few weeks ago, they brought in an ordinance to pass it. And still, I have, as a councilman, residents also reaching out to me and businesses reaching out to me. I'm not against food trucks. This is not against your food truck or any food truck. My thing is control. Okay, I know other cities are getting rid of food trucks because they're designating areas for them.
We don't have that.
Council Chair, please.
We don't have that, Councilman. You don't have a designated area.
Let me finish what I have to say.
But I want you to keep that in mind.
Finish what
I'm going to let you, but just remember, we can't give misinformation because you don't have a designated area.
I said other cities.
I know.
Okay, so let me finish. I did not interrupt you. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
So when it comes down to it, and we just have trucks saying 20 applied, only 7 survived, we're still allowing unlimited amount of licensing to go out.
That's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant because you're saying that if we have special events, we got to tell the recreation director we can't approve them. Well, that's false because we can also include in our ordinance a special events license.
We don't have an ordinance.
But this is where this is where it comes down to. There is an ordinance in place, and back when we had a corporation council, It went in front of planning commission. It has yet to come to us. We have yet to see it.
So why are we punishing these people then if the administration
It's
failed?
not punishing because there's no direction to where the city goes. This is not punishing any individual. This has nothing to do with anything. Other cities are picking designated spots to have food trucks, so they're not around the city. Again, we don't have that. But the problem is, we have to limit. If we're gonna put 10 licenses in the city, 10 licenses it is. We gotta put a limit and have control. Again, I'm not going after any specific business or food truck. What I'm trying to say to you is that control. I don't want them on every corner. I don't want 20 licenses out there, to be honest with you.
You don't have 20 licenses. You had 20 people apply, only
It
6
doesn't
remain.
matter. The licenses, those people still have.
No, they're expired. They're temporary. They're called temporary licenses.
For the year, they were valid.
No, they were valid for 180 days.
Or 180 days, whatever it is, it was still valid.
Okay, but you didn't have 20 at a time, Councilman.
Council Chair.
You did not have 20 at a time. So
If
you're
we
giving
had,
misinformation.
we had 5, we had 10, we had 15. I'm not here to argue.
Yes, you had 15 during Ramadan.
It does,
Okay, I'm gonna point order to both of you. Let them talk. We need to get it done. God's sake.
again, this has nothing to do with any food trucks in the city. They're going after them. If you're gonna be fair, you're gonna have to be fair across the board. And you can't pick and choose what food trucks. This is not against, honestly, I don't even know what this gentleman's truck is.
Burgerati.
Burgerati or chicken and cheese. I'm doing it as a whole.
Okay, can I ask you a question now? Can I ask you a question? My question to you is, you made the argument that we don't have an ordinance, so therefore I want none. That's what you said right now. You said the ordinance is not established, therefore I want nothing. That's your argument.
Well, I said we won't renew nothing until the ordinance comes in front of us.
So what's the point of not renewing anything?
Because we don't know what anything's gonna have. So if we right now renew 20 licenses.
For 180 days.
And then the new ordinance comes in and they bring it.
They're gonna have to follow the new ordinance, come move forward.
No, they don't.
Why do you think they don't?
They gotta wait 180 days.
Roger, yes, 180 days. You think you're gonna establish a new ordinance tomorrow? You just told me you don't even like it.
But that's the direction the city's moving in.
Council Chair, if I may.
No, Roger, please, I'm sorry.
And that's why I'm pushing for the ordinance.
But when they expire after 180 days, guess what happens? They're going to have to follow the ordinance.
And right now, we don't have the ordinance.
Exactly, so they're called a temporary food license.
And then unless you're gonna agree to cap anything coming in new, I can't support this. I can't support any food truck.
I can't tell you I'm gonna cap, yeah, sure, you wanna cap, we'll cap it at 15. We're at
No.
6, we'll cap it at, what do you wanna cap it at 6?
The current ones in the city, that's it.
What are you talking about?
Currently until
No, I
ordinance
disagree
is
with you.
passed.
Yeah, we're gonna take a vote on this as this.
Well, there's other people.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, we need to be more regulated in regards to this. Yes, you do state that some of these are good, but some of them aren't. Some of them we don't know. They haven't been here yet. We have no recourse when they get in and they don't follow the charter or the laws that we have in our city.
Yeah, okay.
And
Then
it's-
that would be an ordinance. That wouldn't be on us as a legislative body.
Ordinance is already over until we get some kind of structure that they need to follow and.
Hey, guys,
what
nothing
happens
from the
if they
audience,
don't
please.
Follow it. Because right now, they're not following regular guidelines,
Says who?
says some of the residents.
Where? I mean, I've not seen anything where residents said they're
Don't
not.
want to recognize it, and that's okay. But there are.
But I can
different
also tell you,
locations that I've had issues brought to me on. I'm not gonna single anybody out. I wish in the future they would bring these individually to be renewed or approved, so that way it's not a blanket coverage. So if we go and say no, there may be good guys in here too, but we have to go yes or no. And I'm gonna lean towards no if there's people in here that aren't complying.
you don't know who's compliant and who isn't.
Yeah,
And if you have that information and the rest of this council doesn't have it, then I feel like that's unfair that you have it and not giving it, because I can tell you this. I can name you 100 residents that tell me how much they love the food trucks.
I can name you just as many who don't like
They
to
don't
see them
like
driving down the street.
You know, and so like, where do you pick and choose? Do you only favor one side or do you not favor the other side?
Well, I know when you had your food truck, you were worried that we would come up with an ordinance that would restrict you from doing your Ramadan hot dog cart, because I remember you having that discussion with you long
No,
time ago.
there was never an ordinance in place, so
Right, but you told me, please don't put one in place, because I remember that conversation.
no, I would definitely want an ordinance in place so I can abide by the rules. I would never want that. To be honest with you,
You were new, I get it, you were new, and it
Yeah.
was new to us, and.
Yeah, you guys were new, you guys didn't know what's going on. I said,
Out of the city.
put forward a good ordinance, and here we are. 2016 is when I.
I'm not gonna argue. This is.
You still don't have an
this is my
ordinance.
time to speak. I'm not here to argue
Yeah.
with you. I'm here to make my point and to speak for the residents who aren't here tonight.
Okay, I just want you to know something. Why this resolution, temporary food license was adopted was you were having them popped up. And the rule is if there is no ordinance, right, you cannot ticket them. So what happened was Councilman Chairman Abdullah said, former Council Chairman Abdullah said, we are gonna adopt a temporary ordinance that says you can open, but you gotta go through the health department. You gotta go through the building and engineering. You gotta put a $500 deposit as a bond to make sure that if after you close, you can't get your money back until we approve you. And if you lose your piece of paper, that shows your number on there, you're not getting your $500 back. And then you have to get a business license, a temporary food business license from the city clerk's office. So you are following the rules now. You're making sure that, they have, and they have to do a background check. And they have to have some type of liability insurance. So you can't just open up a food truck in Dearborn Heights. You have to go through 7, 8, 9, 10 different steps. And the most important part about it is a background check and having a health department approval. You can't, and then the renewal, when you renew, has to confirm that your license is still renewed, your health department is still renewed.
We had one food truck that poured a cement slab without a permit, and that was brought to us a couple
And
meetings
you know
ago.
what it was? If you bring Mr. Watland on here, it was actually misinformation. Because what had happened was there were two different contractors that were working on the job. I went to the business owner. I said, what you did is illegal and you made me look bad. He said, no, come over here. He showed me the plans that were submitted to the building department. So that's why I say be careful from spreading this misinformation because that turned out to not be accurate. And I ended up calling Rick, and I don't know if Rick is on here. He ended up saying, you know what? They made a mistake. They actually did have their permits to do it.
But they had two contractors.
They had two different contractors, two different permits, because one job was done, it was completed, they realized they needed to do more, they pulled another permit in order to do, and that had nothing to do with the food truck. That was the business owner that pulled it and did it. And said because he knows it was shifting towards his building and they were shifting it towards the sewer. When they poured it, I guess in the alley, it was done wrong. That's what initially happened. Or they may have blocked the sewer, I'm not
They
sure.
did.
Yeah.
Council Chair.
Councilman Ahmad.
Thank you, Council Chair. I do, to be honest with you, I agree with you. I agree with Councilwoman Maxwell Lewinsky and Councilman Saab. We do have to have a limit. We do need to have an ordinance to control these food trucks. But she mentioned something. I would like to hear from Director Dishrom if he's on to see exactly if we have any policy or procedure and, making sure that those food trucks are doing the right thing. Can we unmute him?
Council Chair, if I may add, we have passed before the Planning Commission a 12-page ordinance that started in 2018. I updated it for Council Chair Abdullah. We ran it by every director in the city. We then went 3 times since last year before the Planning Commission. We had an open session. It covers everything you've asked for in terms of noise, fire inspections. We raised the limit from 100,000 to 1 million for liability. We put in that if it's a nuisance, it won't be allowed or permitted. And if a brick and mortar complains, it can't exist. So we're just waiting for the minutes from the vote and the approval from the Planning Commission that vetted us.
Why hasn't the council received any of these yet?
I've asked Kerry to forward. I'm not the lawyer for the Planning Commission, but they have it. It's been approved and it's just waiting to send to you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Council Chair. Director Dishrom is on? Council Chair.
He is unmuted now, so.
Director, are you on?
Director Dishrom.
Yes,
Go ahead.
sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Councilman Ahmad, can you repeat your question again?
So I was saying, does your department have any policy or procedure to follow up with all these food trucks to see if they're doing the right thing or they follow the city ordinance?
We do get notification when there is 1 or 2 or whatever the number is that are approved. And we also have found some in the past that were brought to our attention that we've enforced on them. We do have tools at our disposal, ordinances that we can use to enforce on food trucks that are set up without approval. And we do that, just so you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alonso?
Council Chair, thank you. I don't think we should pass any new licenses until we, for one thing, when a business comes to the city of Dearborn Heights, depending on the business, the square footage of sales area determines their tax base. By putting a food truck on a property, you not only increase the sales area, you increase the number of employees, which increases the number of parking lots, parking spaces that are available. We're missing out on tax money with these food trucks because they're not paying any tax. There's additional sales space. Some of these trucks are pretty big, some of them are small. But if these people that, these businesses that allow food trucks on their property, if they're willing to pay additional property tax, we could figure it out. I mean, that would be something to look into.
That would be under the resolution of the new ordinance. This is a temporary ordinance.
Well, you do it now.
Yeah. We'll go over to Councilman Constant.
Thank you. This is a renewal of 5 existing
No, one of them is new.
food truck businesses, or 4.
Yeah.
And, they're been in business or and I think we all agree there needs to be an overall framework, maybe a limit on the number of food trucks. It sounds like they are being regulated, but these are people who they paid their money and they've got to get their license renewed so they can, it's summer, be in business. Thank you.
Council
Council
Chair.
Chair, I had one more point, Council
Roger,
Chair.
Councilman Alonso.
Thank you. I forgot it now.
I'm gonna go to Councilman Saab.
Yeah, I'll think about the, okay.
Council Chair.
Go ahead.
Um,
This is the last one, and we're going to a
It
vote
is,
after Councilman Alonso.
So these food trucks, they come out on a property owner's property. They pay a hefty amount to sit there all month. The city's not benefiting in any way off of taxes, off of the landlords of the properties, nothing. And you're out here screaming the $500. What's $500? If we're gonna impose something where trucks are coming in, they're paying lease or rent on a property, well, we should be taxing them.
That's what the new ordinance should be disclosed.
And until then, if again, no new food licenses should be approved until then.
Well, then.
And again, I have nothing bad to say about the gentleman here or the
I know
owner
you
of the
don't.
property. And if you want to do something temporary until the,
That's what this is.
no,
It's temporary.
I'm not doing it for 180 days.
Well, I mean, this is where the vote stands here.
Okay, then let's
So-
take it for a vote.
Okay,
Council Chair.
go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah. My other point was, there's gotta be a reason why, 75% of the businesses fail. I mean, is that something we want? Businesses that continually fail, the large percentage of them fail?
What I think is what's happening is they're not as popular as the investors think they are, okay? And they think that they're gonna come in and they're gonna say, listen, I'm gonna leave it how it is. Ready? In Ramadan, everybody's out at night. They can only eat at a certain time from the windows of, let's just say, 9 PM to 3 AM. So you're seeing the success where people are coming out, they're enjoying it, they're having it. Then they say, you know what, I'm gonna try this out next month and I'm gonna open up. And then they pull up their license, they renew it for 180 days and then nobody shows up, right? And then people are like, oh damn, this didn't work out. And then they close down. And then you don't hear from these people no more, right? Because then they did something else or they sold their truck and it was something that it was only sustainable for 30 days, right? But you have that 1, 2, 3 trucks that are wow, they're amazing and they hit and people are enjoying them. And then they open up a brick and mortar and they're opening up in your city and then becoming successful. You're seeing great stories like Halal Guys or Dave's Hot Chicken or Corn on the Corner. And I use these things because they've become so successful, right? But keep in mind, Councilman, I don't even want to have the argument on this no more. I want you to keep in mind that they still have to follow proper policy and procedure. These people are not coming in and just opening up like they used to be.
But then you can bring up a good point. There's probably a saturation number.
Well, there's not.
Well, obviously there's, because only a certain amount have survived, like 6 survived.
I'll tell you what it is.
The other ones, there's too many.
I'll tell you what it is. Okay, I'll give you a quick example. There was the gentleman that opened up the chicken sandwich in the south end of Dearborn Heights. You and him had a conversation over here. There's a bigger, heavy set man. He put it at his family's gas station that he's had it for a while. He opened, there is nobody there except for him in the south end. It just wasn't successful. So to your argument that they're saturated, there was one in the south end. It didn't last. Another guy bought a gas station in the south end. He put one there. They were assuming, so see what this gas station, those gas station wanted to do? They wanted to do what the mobile Ford Road and Beach Day they wanted to do. They said, to bring more traction to my gas station. Right now, like there's a gentleman that's opening up the jerky place, right? What's it called? The guy that we had that grand opening for?
Solid Oak.
He wants to put a food truck. He wants to put a food truck there. His food truck, yes, he wants to put a food truck.
He has one, yeah.
Why does he want to do that? Because he wants to attract more people into his business. So when we say things like, what is the city getting out of this? The city's not open for business. The city is open to giving services. We are here to offer things for our residents. That's what the city's provided for. If you remember Councilman Abdullah on this a lot, it has always been, the city is not in operation for business. The city is in operation for services, and we are offering some type of services. That is all I have to leave it at that. We are going to take this to a vote.
Council Chair.
Go ahead. And this is the last one.
Right. I mean, I'm looking at our businesses overall in the north end, especially around Kroger. We have a lot of businesses that have failed there, and they open a new one and they fail.
Maybe it's oversaturated.
Maybe we've saturated the market too much, including our brick and mortar, some of the businesses. They're just not making it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And so,
Like to see like Ollie's closed down in Dearborn Heights, I was so hurt because I enjoyed their food so much. Or Cedar Garden. I mean, or even seeing Quiznos. I was a Quiznos fan. I used to toast my sub with banana peppers. See that it's not there no more. It's exciting, but that's just the reality of life.
we have a lot of restaurants already, and I don't know if we can help these people.
But I don't think these businesses are gonna stop because of food trucks. That's a good observation, but Councilwoman, I just don't believe that's what it is. But I think we're just gonna take this to a vote.
Just one
last one.
One last one. I just want to mention to everybody, like, I think we're seen as the capital of, like, we're the food capital, like Dearborn Heights. To be honest with you, a friend of mine who serves with me on Michigan Realtors is from Macomb Township, and he's visiting me tomorrow because he's been hearing about on social media about all these food trucks and the food, and he wants to try it.
You might not be able to.
So it does attract people down here to try them. So I would say it's a temporary license. Let's just approve this temporary license until we have an ordinance and we can take it from there.
All right, hearing no other discussion, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Madam Clerk, please take roll call.
Denise Malinowski Maxwell,
No.
Hassan Ahmad,
Yes.
Hassan Saab,
No.
Tom Wenzel,
No.
Nancy Breyer,
Yes.
Robert Constant,
Yes.
Moby Do.
Yes,
Motion carries 4-3.
thank you, Madam Clerk. Who was that motion made by the way?
Ahmad and Council.
Okay, next up, we have business, Councilman Ahmad and second by Councilman Constant, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have business license renewals.
Council Chair,
Councilman Ahmad.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the business license renewals for Automania LLC at 22120 Van Born and Go to Motor City LLC at 2955 South Beach Daily, and approve the business license application for Cars R Us Auto Sales LLC at 8230 North Telegraph, which represent a transfer of ownership of an existing used car law as outlined in 13-B.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Constant. Any other discussion on this?
Council Chair.
Councilman.
We received an email late this afternoon from Director Dishram about those businesses that they are in some violation. Can you please clarify?
I have not checked my email.
It was like after 5 o'clock.
I just asked him to. Ready.
Can you hear me,
Yes.
Council Chair?
Yes.
So some of these businesses have had issues for various violations. Most of them have been resolved. Two of them, I believe you read the email, Councilman Ahmad. Two of the businesses were issued violations for not having business licenses, as the clerk had mentioned before. Of course, I'm drawing a blank right now. I think it was Auto Automania. And then what was the other one, Madam?
Go to Motor City.
Go to Motor City. There were some other issues on some of those properties. I know that Councilman Wenzel in particular and others have been looking at these businesses in advance of these approvals. So I just wanted to bring it to the attention of this honorable body that there were some issues. So
Thank you, Director. So you're saying the third business is good to go? I know it says in the email that they were ticketed too. Did they
I would-
figure out the issue?
they're resolving the issue. There was one pending issue with the Go-To Auto, but we can readdress that, and we're probably going to separately.
Madam Clerk, is there an issue if we table this at next meeting and until probably those things are resolved by the ordinance department, making sure that everything is clear to good to go?
I don't think that would be a problem, but I don't know if it would be resolved by then, Director.
Council Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a recommendation to separate these and for a couple, don't penalize the one that is complying
No, but.
and group it with the other ones, because
And that
in
would
the
be,
future, I'd like to see these all separated
I
so
know,
we
but
can
the third-
individually
third one
approve.
too- The third one too, go.
Okay.
So I want to make sure that the flood is taken care of before we issue.
Right. But I mean, we're lumping them
Yeah.
together
Definitely. I
and
mean, we can.
Oh, yeah, you can separate them. You can
in the
separate them.
future, I'd like to see them separated.
But it seems like those three businesses have issues right now, so I would suggest probably if we can table this.
Now, should we I'm sorry, Councilman, should we table it for all of them? I mean, I think maybe I would take the advice of the director to find out where they are.
I mean, I would say for all of them, because I still don't like the third one. I want to make sure they take care of the light issue. And this is me, so I don't know about the council members, but I would table it to next meeting.
Any of them,
Council Chair.
Chair, I have a quick question real quick. Mr. Bishop, 1 second. Councilman Wenzel, is this Rick's place? Rex, that one?
Discount?
Which
No.
one are you talking about?
Are any of these used dealerships for that gentleman that I spoke to you about, remember last week?
Yeah.
It is
Oh, there.
for Rex?
It's the Automania.
What's the owner's name?
I don't know. What,
Oh, wait a minute.
Council Chair.
Hang on
Yeah.
1 second.
which one are you talking about? Because we talked about several. Which ones was it?
The guidance.
Council Chair?
Yeah.
Can I have
Go ahead.
the-
I shut off your mic, so.
Yeah,
turn it
I
on.
turn it back on. Thank you. Director, can you go over the issues with each one of these one by one that you've had?
I think that Corporation Counsel Farina would object to that. I would say that I would be reasonably comfortable approving Automania and the cars. I apologize, I don't have the agenda. I'm sorry.
Cars are us.
Ours are
Cars
us.
are us, yes,
Ours
that
are-
one. And the Go-To has an issue that is a little more involved. So I would say that you could probably approve that, but I'll talk to Rick about one of the issues that they have. So I'm not sure if Corporation Counsel wants to weigh in on this concept.
Council Chair. Council Chair.
Yeah, Council.
You know what, I would like to amend my motion to table this to our next meeting and to instruct Madam Clerk to separate them for the next meeting.
Well, you can still vote on that, but I would like to say this, if that's okay, Madam Clerk and Councilman. Why don't you guys send a letter and say that the council is not satisfied with the way you guys have outstanding? And so until you guys are able to fix what you guys have to, we're gonna deny you. And if you can't get it up and ready by the next city council meeting, which is in 2 weeks, you're probably gonna be obsolete in the city of Dearborn Heights.
Okay. They typically call the next day to find out if it's approved, right? So we can tell them that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think,
Council Chair?
Automania, I know I think you said Automania is fine?
They were fine with us. That would be up to the ordinance department.
Yes.
I just spoke to one of our ordinance officers who was at Otomania today. They are mowing their lawn as requested, and they are bringing things up to shape. And this particular gentleman hopes to open a business at the old Ponderosa fruit stand.
I heard that, but I want you to know, you can't cut your grass the day you know you're about to get renewed.
Yeah.
I don't care if you're my mother and father, you're wrong. Automania is wrong, and I want you to know, because you know what's happening is, oh my God, 1 year, I gotta renew, let me go weed whack and cut it.
He had to go buy some supplies.
Yeah, buy some supplies. You've been in business and you're about to open up a grocery store. I think you can own a weed whacker and a lawnmower.
Council Chair.
And I don't know the owners. I don't know them, but I want you to know that not okay, especially knowing that how we feel about, the automobiles or the automotive business in the city of Dearborn Heights.
Council Chair?
Yeah.
Thank you. Not just these type of businesses, but all businesses. If you own a business in Dearborn Heights, you better not have to be told to mow your grass.
Exactly.
You better not be told to pick up garbage. We should have a thing where you get one warning, if it's for grass, it's for blight or whatever it is, an ordinance violation. You have, 3 days to fix it. You get another violation, you're closed down for 3 days. Second violation, you're closed down for a week. We can't, I went by, I'm not gonna mention which one, but one of these is up for renewal. And one of the ordinances says that you cannot stack cars in your lot. You cannot have to move a car to get to a car. And this park lot was jam full.
You know what?
Triple parked.
I'm with you.
And, and this, they're up for renewal. I went by this, they're up for renewal, and I drive by there, and this is what they did. They could have got all the cars out of there, and they're parking in the approaches onto the main street, that they're parking cars there on several sides. And this is a company that is going up for renewal, like you said. And you could tell that the grass had just been cut, but it still looks like 2 foot grass was whacked down.
Yeah.
We got, for any business in Dearborn Heights, one warning, and then we're taking your license away for a week.
Well, we
gotta grow, well, I'm gonna say, some teeth, but we gotta grow some balls, against our businesses here in Dearborn Heights.
I share his frustration, but be careful, Councilman. My son's watching these meetings.
Oh,
Okay.
you wanna know what that means.
He says it when you come home.
You swore earlier.
Council Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, we do need, right now, we've got more than one business operating without the proper license. We need to have something in place that we can padlock them or shut them down until they follow procedure, because it just seems to be an everyday occurrence in our
You have to
city.
also keep in mind.
And it goes with all businesses. I'm not talking just the automotive, I'm
Exactly.
talking all businesses.
Businesses.
When Walter Persevich was clerk, he actually had a list of the businesses that did not renew their licenses that were still open. And there is a list.
Council Chair, there is still a list, and we provided that to ordinance.
Yeah.
That's why some of these came in to renew them.
Yeah.
Yes,
They-
2 of
they
them
get-
got
they get-
life
Right, right.
tickets.
But I mean,
Just so
there's
you
some
know,
people that
businesses
just
know.
Goes at us.
They know
And
it.
they don't care about following the rules that we put forth in our
Yeah.
city to keep things. There's a reason for that.
But
There's a reason
you
we
know what's
license
also upsetting, Councilwoman, and with due respect to the ordinance director, Dishon, who's doing a great job, because I know, we're short staffed. That's why the councilman asked for 3 more ordinance officers, which still hasn't been out there. But we can't have our ordinance officers going out there knowing right before renewal time. Because that's also bull crap, So if our ordinance officers were going out to these people before renewal, we wouldn't be having, he should not be cutting his grass today.
Right.
That grass should have been cut 2 weeks ago. And what should have happened with the ticket, not, hey, you're not gonna get approved because there's someone write you up. No, it should have been, here's your ticket.
Maybe we should come up with a different thing for businesses, because they should know better to cut their grass. If they don't cut it, ticket them. Don't give them time like a resident. We understand residents could be in the hospital or, their lawnmower broke and they're trying. But a business is what people see when they come in. They're on all our main roads. You don't drive down a side street to see a business. That's the first thing you see when you come into
I
our
agree
city.
with you.
Council Chair.
Great. Guys, I'm gonna do,
Council
yeah,
Chair,
go ahead.
just real quick. So 3 months before the business license expires, all business owners get that notification that they're up for renewal. And then within, I think, 2 weeks, because they get a 7-day grace, they do get a reminder letter that they have not renewed their license. And we do keep track of all unlicensed businesses in the city.
And some of them ignore that, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's when ordinance, I mean, it would be. nice if
That's
ordinance
almost
didn't have
after
to,
this
but-
list. Council Chair,
Councilman.
I guess we're here to make the hard decision. I guess we have to make the hard decision. Those businesses were ticketed, but I guess, like I said, let's give them a clear message that no license will be approved until all matters are resolved. So I did amend my motion to table this and for Madam Clerk to separate them for next meeting. Hopefully, everything is resolved. So do I have a second?
Councilman, I'd like to see really this to be voted on. I'd like to see a vote either yes or no.
Get on with it.
Cabling is one thing. We know that they've had these issues.
Well, tabling it means we're not voting on it until they make sure they.
get to.
But I would like a vote on the table so they know we said no because of this. Tabling is like, we're giving you another chance. And I mean, if you want to table, I'll support that as well.
It's fine.
I think it's more we need to be more assertive. I'm not trying to be mean, but it's like, what the heck, man? So that's what I would like. So I'd like you to not amend your motion, please, Council.
Okay.
So motion made by
Council Chair.
Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Constant. All in favor, please state aye. Those opposed? No. Madam Clerk?
Tom
Man, a
Wenzel.
lot of no's today.
Tom
We're like
Wenzel.
ruthless today.
Tom Wenzel.
Can we put this up for like a study session or something if we vote it down?
No, it's gonna come back next week. Or in 2 weeks.
I could call them.
Okay, so that they can come back in 2 weeks and yeah. And that's not gonna affect any of the businesses. As far as like overlap, they're losing their license, no one's license is up next.
No, because they've already applied.
Yeah.
Well, they could be, well, yeah, they were all ticketed because they didn't have one.
Yeah.
So they were all
Every one
expired.
of these were ticketed because they lost.
One of them's brand new.
Yes.
One of them, well, it was a transfer of ownership. So 2 of them definitely were expired.
Okay, no, no,
They should not be open.
no.
Hassan Ahmad,
No.
Denise Malinowski Maxwell,
No.
Hassan Saab, Robert Constant,
No.
Nancy Breyer,
No.
and Moby Dun.
No,
Motion defeated.
thank you. Next up, business license renewal.
Council Chair.
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the business license renewal for State Post 232 American Legion at 23850 military as outlined in 13-C.
Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, second by Councilman Saab. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have comments from council members.
Council Chair.
Councilman Ahmad.
It's 9:07, but I guess we're doing good so far. I hope everybody had a safe and nice Memorial Weekend. The only thing I'm gonna mention, been all over social media, the stuff that's going on in Gaza, another genocide. They ask people to go in refugee camps, and again they go bomb those refugee camps. So I pray to God that we'll have a ceasefire soon. A complete ceasefire. I hope to God that our government will stop aiding the aggressor. And I pray for everybody to be safe and blessed. Thank you, Council Chair.
Love you, Councilman.
Chair.
Councilman Saab.
Like to wish everybody hope everybody had a great Memorial Day weekend. I also wanna, first of all, I wanna thank Councilman Robert Constant for always bringing up the Gaza issue more than anybody has done on this council. This week, the images that were televised all over social media of beheaded kids or children, months old, is just something I can't get out of my mind. And speaking out of my heart, Israel is a terrorist state. There's no other way to say it. Our government is implicated in this genocide, and it's never ending, and there's no justification for it. You tell people to go somewhere and they get bombed in their tents. It's absolutely ridiculous. Enough is enough. And I truly my heart is with the people of Palestine. And you see the world's uniting with Palestine. Every day it's a new country recognizing the state of Palestine. And it's just, the US government came out saying in the beginning of this whole war that there was babies put in ovens and babies beheaded and babies chopped up. They never proved any images. But the images we saw over the weekend, it's something that's embedded in my head that I personally can't get out of my head. It's something I don't want to see on I don't want social media not to see it. It's just, it's beyond imaginable what people are going through, and shame on anybody in government that has not condemned or denounced the actions of Israel. From this city to other cities to state to federal to any government, it's just a shame. It's a shame what we're witnessing in this century and time and age. Instead of uniting the world, we're just killing everybody for, it's just senseless wars. And just keep the people of Rafah and Gaza and everybody's prayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I echo your statements. Who's next?
Thank you.
Council Chair.
Councilman Constant.
Just to echo what my colleagues, Councilman Saab, Councilman Ahmad have said. It's just terrible, and the continued killing of innocent women and children, defenseless civilians, and the squelching of protests at, for example, universities, where students and others are calling on the universities to divest themselves of investments in Israel. I hope we see an end to this genocide soon, and the U.S. following the views of everyone else in the world. I hope everyone had a good Memorial Day holiday. I was able to attend a service at St. Hedwig's where there was a retired Marine Corps lieutenant who was also an attorney, I think a member of the J Corps. Gave a real good speech, and then the Stid American Legion Post put on, as always, a very nice buffet lunch for everyone. So thank you for
Councilman
service and for the lunch by the Stid Post.
Thank you so much. I'll just briefly speak real quick. I hope everybody had a great Memorial Day weekend. I know that school is crazy to think we were just at March's Reading Month and now we're moving over to the end of the year. So congratulations to all of our graduates from Annapolis, Robichaud, and Crestwood High School, Star International, Wise Academy, and any other high schools where we will be seeing graduates. I'm sorry if I left anyone out. I think that was the most of them for the seniors. Really to see the young individuals today that were coming out here, going to Johns Hopkins, Harvard, Yale, Michigan Ross. Like, this is prestigious, and really this is something that we really we need to recognize and be grateful for, and to those parents and to our teachers and to our trustees and to the administrators and principals at these schools. This is like so amazing, and it's prideful to be able to say, these students who got this Pepsi scholarship or who got this scholarship and these prestigious scholarships came out of our community. It's so amazing. It really is. And so I wanted to just recognize the teachers and the principals and staff and the custodians and the lunch monitors and the food service directors, all those who take part in the students' lives, allow them to get to where they are. You guys are the true heroes, and I thank you for that. I also want to recognize Memorial Day, a day where all of our fallen soldiers and those who have served before us, I thank and I salute to our troops, especially to those who served, especially here in the city of Dearborn Heights and abroad. I also want to echo some of what the council members here have said. Watching these horrific, disgusting videos of what's taking place in Rafah today, seeing beheaded children was once being talked about and easily so quickly condemned all across social media by some of our congressional Democrats like Debbie Dingell, who was no longer able to make a statement anymore while Palestinians had children's heads are being decapitated. So disappointing. And so I want you to know that my prayers with the people of Palestine and what's happening in Gaza and Rafah. It's so disappointing and so disheartening to see that we're watching a genocide take place across social media. I am so disgusted. And keep in mind that, white phosphorus is being shot all across the Middle East, like especially my hometown, Lebanon, Bint Jbel, where white phosphorus is to destroy, the greens and the beautiful nature of our countries. I mean, that is sickening to say. I don't want these people to have regular crops. I don't want you to be able to grow anything. I don't want your animals to be able to eat. Like, how inhumane do you have to be to say that even the stray cats and the stray dogs are all starving, or the cows and the horses and the animals? It's crazy. You look across the United States, and if you were to say right now that 20 dogs were, decapitated right now, this entire country would be outraged. They'd be going crazy. It'd be all over the social media. It'd be at every single outlet. 20 dogs' heads were cut off. I can tell you right now that there were 20 Palestinian children's heads that are decapitated, and it's not even being discussed on our mainstream media. It's disappointing. It's disheartening. My heart is with the people and the parents. What is happening? I actually had to tell my wife last night to just get off the internet, because all she did was bawl her eyes out. When you're a parent, you put yourself in the position of these other parents that are taking place and that are screaming and crying and picking up their children from the rubble and fallen buildings. It is so disheartening. It really, really is. And, I just can't believe what is happening there. And I can't believe that we're watching this streaming on social media, and the world is saying Israel still has a right to defend itself. That is so disappointing. And before we move forward, I'd like to have a moment of silence for all those innocent lives that have been affected and murdered and killed due to this war that's taking place right now in Gaza. Thank you, guys.
Council Chair, I just had one short statement, please.
Yes.
If you don't mind, I just wanted to put something out there, and always stood behind us. Zionism is in Judaism. KKK is in Christianity, and ISIS is in Islam.
Sure.
There's a lot of good Jewish people that live upon our communities in the Middle East.
And that are calling for a ceasefire.
And Christians. And it's just what's seen here is it's just a cult. Judaism is a very peaceful religion, believe it or not. Zionist was an invented cult in 1946, I believe.
No, 1897.
Well, it became to the state in 1946.
42.
Or 42, I'm sorry, one of the two. Well, I just wanted to put that out there, that we're not basing our comments on a whole religion.
No, I don't think any of the monotheistic religions are to be questioned. I think all three monotheistic religions are condemning what is taking place today across the globe, and especially in Gaza and Rafah. And if you guys don't know, just a quick synopsis on Rafah, the Israeli army, the IDF, terrorist organization, said you need to move everybody to the south to go to Rafah. And as all these families, mind you, families of children who don't know where their family are, 2.1 million family members of Palestinians moved over to Rafah. They are now being bombed for going there. They're being bombed and burned.
Shower bombed.
So it's crazy. And then we are also, keep in mind that, the US has just recently approved 18.9 billion to go back to Israel to be able to use these tons. They were using in 8 minutes, they used 2,000 ton of 2,000 pounds of
no, 2,000 tons.
2,000 tons of
bombs.
Of bombs in 8 minutes on refugee camps. Guys, this is a Holocaust. That's what this is. It's a genocide Holocaust.
The genocide.
It is crazy. My heart goes out with them. Councilwoman, you said you were next?
I'm waiting for announcements.
Okay. Councilwoman, anybody else? Councilman?
Council Chair?
Councilman Wanso.
Thank you, Council Chair. Yeah, it's a sad commentary, of our society with this senseless killing around the world, not only in the Middle East, but, in the Ukraine, anywhere in the world where this is happening. Just terrible. Innocent lives are being lost. Senseless, and it just goes without saying, it's ridiculous. This weekend was Memorial Weekend, and I was honored to attend a ceremony at Stitt Post with my entire family. We showed up there and for the wreath ceremony in the morning. It was a very moving. Vince was there and, several other people, but it was really special and my kids weren't sure they wanted to go. But I made them go and when we left there, they said, wow, that was really something else. They really enjoyed it. Not that it's something to be enjoyed, but they didn't realize, that there were so many, people that had lost their life and didn't come home from battle. And not to forget the people that came home from battle and lost their lives. Like my father, combat Marine veteran, and my brother, combat Marine veteran, who ended up losing their lives at home due to chemical warfare that they encountered while in battle in the service. It was really a nice event, and too bad we couldn't have had a lot more people there. It was well attended, and my kids were saying, "Boy, I can't believe these guys are so old. They're there." And it was really, really nice to do. And, from now on, I think we're going to start something right away. Just for next year, for Veterans Day coming up, anything to honor our veterans, have services, some kind of thing in Dearborn Heights, because we have the one at Stead Post and the one at St. Hedwig. And I think we should do more. One of the things I've seen in some cities is where they have, at their businesses, handicap parking, pregnant mother parking, and veterans parking. And I think we should honor our veterans, something similar, make that a requirement. Every business have one spot for a veteran. And we should have something also, businesses get together and promote what kind of the discounts they can give at their businesses for veterans. I think, we take our veterans for granted, what they've done for us, for the freedom that we have. And the ones we just honored this past weekend that didn't come home, paid the ultimate price. And I think we should, this city, Dearborn Heights, should be doing a lot more for our veterans than what we're doing.
Councilman, I always wondered, did we ever have I'm so disappointed that Garden City, Dearborn, Westland, everybody does a Memorial Day parade. Why don't we?
I know there's one, the one in Dearborn everybody likes to go to, but I know, we'd have a parade and maybe it wouldn't be well attended, but you can have something, Memorial Night.
You're crazy. I think this community would come out in numbers.
Well, I know.
You're mistaken.
I say it'd be something, we usually go to Dearborn. It wouldn't be a big success. It might be the first year, but we got to start it. You got to start somewhere, and we don't do it.
You know what? Me and you are going to do it.
We'll do it.
You down? Are you down? Yes or no?
Yeah, for sure.
I take you up on it.
I already got plans. Started planning stuff already.
All right, let's do it. I'm in.
One of the things I want to do is on Memorial Day evening, have an evening ceremony where everyone else does their stuff in the morning. You gather, play taps at sunset. Something to honor our veterans. These guys and girls, they give up a lot. If they make it home with a couple limbs missing or, mental problems that, so many of them come back with, that's a big thing. And the suicide rate of our veterans is astronomical. And we shrug them off, some of them, when they came back from Vietnam, my brother came back from Vietnam, there was no fanfare whatsoever. It was actually looked down on. And it was sad. And, we should, this city, the way, I'm not going to say anything else about anything, but we should have, for the last years, been much more proactive to our veterans. From now on, we're going to take it upon ourselves.
Me and you, I'm going to call you tomorrow.
Okay.
Plan it out.
And we're going to start
the greatest, I'm going to call it the greatest Memorial Day parade comeback.
Well, we could do some, besides the Memorial Day parade, we have Veterans Day, we could do things like I mentioned about the parking, about the discounts for veterans, and helping out the mental health issues. But, okay, we'll work on that. That's, thank you for doing that. Recognizing that. And, please stop at the stop signs. My gosh, there's not a day that goes by where I don't yell at the top of my lungs. People were just rolling through the stop sign, not even rolling through, going nonstop. And I yell at them, I get flipped off. It's ridiculous. And I don't know what to do about it. And kudos to those police officers that are writing tickets for running stop signs. I mean, they don't have, they've got other things to do, and I'm sure we could find out which officers are writing the most,
Yeah, right there,
you know?
right there.
Yeah.
He's right there.
Well, I'm sure she's written a few, I'm probably sure, but I mean,
A lot.
a lot, okay.
They call it a stop sign team.
Okay, well, hallelujah, you know? I mean, I know that's not a priority in our.
It is to all.
Amen. God bless you. God bless you. We need more. And it's unfortunate because we just don't have the manpower to have people doing stop sign stings or something like that. I mean, I do everything. I mean, I was gonna put up signs, I'm gonna do something bad if you run through the stop sign or something, or put out nail strips out there or something. I mean, there was a guy that came this past weekend. He was going down the street, and I can tell by the tone of their engines, if they're going to come to a stop. They're coming. I looked up, and this guy's going east on Lehigh Street, and I could tell he's not stopping. I look up at him, and he's on his phone. And he's veering off. He went all the way across the road and hit the curb. And we had kids playing 10 feet away from this, or maybe not 10, about 20 feet away. But he hit. The only reason he stopped because he hit the curb. He jerked the wheel back. And he went right through the stop sign. Didn't even touch his brakes after knowing that. But, kudos to you, officer, for doing that. God bless you. I mean, that's, yep. We gotta make some kind.
All right, Councilman, I have to wrap this one up.
Okay, I got, I always talk about families, and I think one big thing is coming up that we can all get together, support our community is our Summer Fest. And I'm sure someone's gonna talk about that coming up.
All right, guys, hey.
The Spirit Fest?
Summer Fest,
Fight
whatever you
Fest.
want. All right. Any other council members? I'm gonna open it up to announcements from administration. I'm gonna open it up to you first, ma'am.
Okay, I didn't know if she was doing
Councilwoman.
announcements. It's been on for a while. I
Yeah.
just want to remind everybody that tomorrow, the 29th, Wednesday, Wayne County is going to be at the Richard Young Center between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. And for those who live by and will be affected by the work on the creek, they're there to answer all your questions.
That's big.
If you live near the creek, you've probably gotten something in the mail, but it is tomorrow between 10 and 4. So we would appreciate it. They're going to tell you how they're spending part of the $10 million ARPA funds. They are starting at Ecorse, Lincoln Park. We are in areas, well, they call them reaches. We're in numbers 3 through 7. So hopefully there'll be some money left by the time they get past or over to 3. But they will explain that tomorrow. If you have questions, please attend that session.
Thank you so
Council
much.
Chair, to add to that, what they're going to do also.
Richard
Yeah,
Young.
what they're gonna do is if you're a homeowner in Dearborn Heights, not necessarily just on the creek, and you have an issue, they will set up a personal appointment with you.
Yes.
And they'll come out to your house and they will look at your situation and tell you what can be done or, what you need to do.
Thank you, Councilman. I do want to recognize our Madam Clerk with her new haircut today. I think it looks awesome. She's got the Barbie pink nail polish too, she told me. So I just wanted to recognize our amazing clerk who does a phenomenal job. Really one of my favorite humans of all time, and especially here at City Hall. So nobody get jealous, but I am favoritizing the clerk's office a little. Just want to recognize her in her beautiful new haircut. You're welcome. Any other announcements?
Yes,
Well, I'm gonna go to ladies first. I'm gonna ladies first. Roger, I don't wanna go through this all the time. You're gonna have to speak as either as a resident. All right, or that's what we're gonna have to figure that out.
yeah, just a veterans issue. That's
Yeah, I want you to speak about it. It's gonna, just not during announcements.
I just would like to remind everybody about June 5th to the 9th. We've got our Summerfest coming up. It runs Wednesday through Sunday, starting with the Jubilee, and then it ends on Sunday with our big band playing Power Play. We've got Cruisin' Jupiter. We've got Magic Bus on Friday night. We've got Captain Fantastic, who is an Elton John performer that we've never had before, and he's very good. Garrett Veal, who plays a lot of pop country. So we've got something for everybody. So
You are awesome. You are
we
awesome.
will see you there Thursday night. Don't forget about Bassam Squall either. Yes, I know. You're going to destroy me. I almost didn't say that purposely. Yes. And we've got Maple School dancers, and then we've got another I'm sorry, Maple School drummers, and then we've got dancers as well. So we've got a full night of good entertainment on Thursday night. I also have the flyers. So if anybody would like a sign for their yard, I have a few left.
I will take one. Can you leave me one?
Yes.
I'll take one too.
Okay, all
Yeah.
right. See you there.
Thank you.
Council Chair, in terms of, if I may, the Veterans Legal Seminar that we're having for June 12th, Wednesday. What you said about offering services for our residents, there'll be lawyers. We're putting a database for lawyers for veterans in Oakland, Wayne, and Macomb County. A lot of the veterans are facing issues with friend of the court because of PTSD, because of their mental health issues. The lawyers will be available to help them in custody issues. We have employment rights issues, lawyers to talk about that, to assist veterans, veterans with other labor issues, as well as criminal defense. We're looking at the Veterans Justice Outreach. I know Dearborn has a Veterans Court, but there's other issues that we can make available to our veterans. I think we're going to make sure that we have a database so veterans it will start from Dearborn Heights. We're the first one doing it. I was speaking to some more lawyers today about it, and I would just invite everyone, June 12th, they'll be here at City Hall from 6 to 8 p.m. And I thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna open it up to the residents. And please state your name, the city you reside in, and the street you live on. But before you do so, thank you for being here with us today. I know you haven't been here in a few meetings, but glad to see you in person. I know you're always on Zoom.
Thanks.
It's always nice to get myself a little bit of Stu Kaminsky.
Well, thank you. Sue Kaminsky, Amboy Street, Dearborn Heights. Few things. Thank you, council, for not voting for a budget that we can't afford, that's not in balance, and for trying to make the city accountable and not do things like give money away without approval. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate you taking that hard line. For a city that is having financial problems, today at 11:30, I drove in my sub, started just going back home, and I started counting cars. I was on Kennedy, Plainfield, Amboy, Rosemary, and part of Gulfview. Out of those, at 11:30 on a trash day, 23 cars. Now, keep in mind, I did not go on Charlesworth. I did not go on Rouge River. I did not go on the streets that Little Kennedy, as they call it. 23 cars. Seriously? Shame on us. Shame on the residents for parking when they know it's not allowed, and shame on the city for not using this as an opportunity for revenue and making the citizens accountable.
You know, if all 23 of them would have gotten a ticket, the next week, none of them would have parked on the.
How about that? How about that? The other thing is thank you to Councilman Saab for taking the hard line on some very hard topics and always bringing them up and pushing them. And I have to say, I'm just going to put this right out there, Councilman Saab, I never thought that you and I would agree on so many things, and I am sorry I misjudged you.
You know what? You and me both.
And I'm just putting it out there for everyone to hear because you have been stellar. So thank you. The other thing is, you're welcome. And Councilman Baydoun, you know, I think the world of you, and 99% of times we agree and you're not going to like this.
I know.
But when you're passionate about something, you're always okay for you to go on and on and on and on and on and on. Then you tell the rest of council, we're not going to talk about this, or I want it to be quick, and I don't think it's fair. I think if any council person has something to say, going with Dave Abdullah's point of view, you guys should be allowed to say it and not worry about time constraints because you're representing us and we voted for you. So I just wanted to put that out there. And if I offended, I'm
Yep.
sorry.
I love constructive criticism.
Just, it needs to be fair for everybody. And then as far as Gaza and the war and any war, I have the ability of turning it off and not being able to watch it because I can't sleep when I watch it. The people in Gaza not only can't turn it off, they can't sleep because they can't make the noise go away. So it just needs to end. That's it.
Thank you, Sue.
Kim Spurgis, Amboy, Dearborn Heights. I just have a couple questions about the, can I say it? Spirit Fest, because truth is that sign's wrong. That should be 2 years of Summerfest, not 24 years, because that's not the same thing. A couple things. Do you know if the Mikowski baseball game is going to take place like it has, considering it is the 15th anniversary? 18, sorry, years. And we were told that through grapevine, that the officers would not be available to play this year because they had to work because we don't have reserves. Is that true? Is it playing? What, can anybody answer that?
Sure.
Kind of funny. I was just told that they were not able to play. That's it. We contacted the police department and the fire department and they said they couldn't do it this year. That's what I was told.
So who is accountable for that not happening? Why is it all of a sudden not taking place when it's played for the last 18 years? Right? And the other question I had too, real quick, is there going to be a beer tent this year? That's an easy one. Thank you.
You want me to answer that question for you?
Please.
Okay. So, the softball game is set up by, the police officers and the fire department. They decided that they weren't going to play the ball game this year. They have opportunities to play the game at all different times. The people that are ordered to work, are ordered to work, later in the evening. So if they wanted to play the ball game, they could do so. So that's the answer.
Well,
I mean, they could play a baseball game at 1 o'clock on a Saturday, 1 o'clock on a Sunday. They could play baseball at 4 p.m. on a Friday. They could do whatever they want to do in regards to the baseball game.
thank you. Please state your name, the city residing, and the street that you live on.
Ben Strapkowski, Columbia Street. First of all, what he says BS. Because the officers can't play because they have to work the overtime. They don't have enough officers or staff or the reserves to cover the Spirit Festival, or whatever you're calling it, Summerfest. So when you go from 40 officers when we had 90, a little hard to do a game. Anyway, however, I do want to thank the DHPD for driving by Officer Mikowski's annual visit from all the officers that were involved in that situation that day. We all get together and not that I'm an officer, I was a custodian at the PD, and have our own gathering. It was nice of them to drive by. Too bad the mayor couldn't take 2 minutes out of his time and say something to the guys, but that's another subject. Like I said, I want to thank them for driving by. As you all know, Jason died 18 years ago protecting this city. So I also want to thank, Tom Wenzel and his lovely wife and family for coming out. Mr. Constance, Miss Nancy Pryor, and everybody that, made it out to the memorial service. It was nice to see them. And those of you who showed up at the, after cocktail hour party or lunch, whatever you want to call it. It's good to see you. Also, former counselor, for John Riley, former, treasurer was in attendance. And also, Miss Angie, my friend there, and my wife. I'd like to thank them for being in attendance. It's a hard, and Denise, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. It's a hard time for me because 25th, I lost Jason. The 31st, I lost my father. And on the 6th, the following month, I lost my mother. So it was a rough time for me. I'd also like to remind the mayor, since he's not here, that he is the mayor of the city of Dearborn Heights, not Dearborn. So if he had the time to walk at Dearborn's parade, he sure as hell could have made time to come to the art services over at St. Hedwig's and the Stitt Post. He's been a veteran for how many years? These posts and organizations have been around a hell of a lot longer than he has.
Sorry to interrupt you, Vince. Your time is up.
Now, my time shouldn't be up. You sat there and wasted 45 minutes of my time. You wasted 4 hours at times before.
I know, but your time at your 3 minutes is up.
Fine. Thank you, Mo.
I'll give you 30 more seconds if you want.
No, you're in a rush to get out of here, so.
Sue Sacheta, Times Herald. I'll finish saying what I was talking to Vince about on the way in. I was watching and covering the Dearborn Parade. Your mayor was walking with the Dearborn City Council. I'm thinking, what's the mayor of Dearborn Heights doing here? Yes, I know he's active in the veterans organizations, but then I found out that he could have been at the Dearborn Heights ceremonies honoring your fallen war dead. Why was he in Dearborn walking in the parade? He didn't play an active role in our ceremony. I was sitting in the front row at the ceremony after the parade. He was not on stage. He was not in the front row. He might have been in the back. I honestly didn't check. But he wasn't there to be part of the ceremony. He was walking the parade route to be seen by the news cameras. Okay? I had plenty of photos of him, but I cropped them all out. I was covering a Dearborn event, not a Dearborn Heights event. And it really makes me feel like he was just there for the publicity because it was a bigger crowd.
Thank you. Anyone, sir, please state your name, the city you reside in, and the street that you live on.
Zohair Abdullah, Dearborn Heights. Mayor Bazzi was on the radio 102.3 Sina FM. I was one of the lawyers who are big supporter to him, and Roger knows him very well. He mentioned on the radio that the city applied or made it seem like we received $40 million. I want to ask the controller, do we have $40 million in our? No. So I called in and I asked when we expecting the. Anyway, he can walk out because really we don't need him or his boss.
Who's that?
The one who just walked out upset, Ali Deep. Anyway, I called in, they wouldn't take my call. Then I called the director of the station and she let me in and I asked the question, when you going to expect this money to come in and how much is the bond which you're going to basically, because he said it's a very, very, very little bond we're going to get to match what we need to pay toward that. Anyway, they answered me, they said, we're going to answer this from here. They never answered it, but I was just want to know, when somebody goes in his capacity and tell the public that we are receiving $40 million or we're going to receive $40 million, we should be truthful and we should not tell things we are not in the hands or approved. That's one thing. The second thing, I sent you email with document showing that an invoice was issued for $2,250. The same day, it was changed to two invoices, one for $900, one for $1,350. For the same event, the same number of people or same number of dinners or lunches, God knows what is it for. He refused to tell me who are the attendees to the quality or, the training which they're going to get, leadership training. He refused to tell me where this training took place. What are the literature which were handed out? It was just secret. $2,250 of our taxpayers paid out to Zida Cook without any document, anything. And Mariana, his assistant, approved those, payments. This is under the MCL 328 of 1931. It's a felony, carries up to 14 years. And if you don't do your job and look at this and investigate it and turn it to a prosecutor to prosecute this plain fraud, we do not pay money to unknown people, to ghosts in the city for no reason, for no paperwork, no trail of any document or records.
Or any bonuses.
Okay?
So sorry, sir, your time is up.
It's okay, my time is up, but do your job.
Thank you.
Turn it to the prosecutor.
Okay. Anyone else in the audience? Seeing none, we're gonna go to Zoom. I see Margaret King has had her hand up for quite some time. She's retired.
Hello,
Hi, Margaret. Go ahead. Please state your name, the city you reside in, and the street that you live on.
Margaret King, Mayfair Street. First of all, I was hoping to hear the update. Ali Deep said at the last meeting that we'd have an update, but Zohar just said he walked out, so there goes that. I'm happy that the food trucks got passed. They will bring more business to our city if they become brick and mortar. Just an FYI for anybody that's listening, gluten-free ones would be great to have in our city because I would like to be able to eat at them. And Nancy Breyer said something about Ponderosa. That's why my hand was up, because I was writing a note about it. I hope to God that that's not going to become a used car lot, means that it's on Van Born. And also too, that place looks like hell. Pardon my language. I drive by it all the time. It's not being upkept well. It looks disgusting. Another thing that I have wrote down is I gave Katie's mom one of my slow down signs because I've gotten almost in tons of car accidents at her intersection there, right by my house. Somebody stole the sign. And school's going to be out here just in a short few weeks. Please slow down at the stop signs and stop at the stop signs. And I do have another little note written down about the food trucks. Wasn't there a food truck rally or something being started for our city?
Yeah, I don't think it was successful. I spoke with the owner. I guess again, guys, I am not defending food trucks. I guess they're taking an opportunity. And there was one that was opened up in Dearborn Heights. It just wasn't successful.
Okay.
I believe it's going to be, from what I spoke with Mr. Esau, he said he's turning it into a fine dining Chinese restaurant, which is pretty cool because I feel like Dearborn Heights doesn't have that. It'd be nice.
I'm not going to lie to you, Mo. One of my husband's good friends owns a food truck. And I reached out to him and I was so excited because he's from Dearborn Heights. And I'll break that news to him. So thank you guys so much and safe travels home.
Thank you.
Council Chair,
Yes.
I can answer one of her questions. The Ponderosa, I talked to the building department just the other day about it, and the owner of that building is gonna turn that into a fruit market.
That's freaking awesome.
What I was told
That was
today.
much needed in the South End. I mean, anybody
Okay.
that I think is gonna be successful.
Thank
Really.
you so much, Tom. Thank you, guys.
Welcome.
Thank you. Go ahead. Next up, we have iPhone 4.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Please state your name, the city you reside in, and the street that you live on.
Sam Hodge, Dearborn Heights, Michigan, Wayne County.
Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Haj.
Through the chair, I would like to ask you, who would like to know as a resident of the city and as a taxpayer, what is Gary Miyake's position as the current guy?
Okay, pause this time. Gary Miyake is used as special legal counsel for the council. Anything that this council feels like they want to lean on a question or concern, they can lean on Mr. Miyake.
Unfortunately, tonight we had a situation with IB Electric.
Yes,
I was completely familiar with from the first day it happened.
nice.
And I'm in touch with Mr. Boosie. As a matter of fact, I just gave Mr. Boosie a call. And you took the wrong advice from an attorney that's supposed to give you guys an opinion on your own personal matter that's related to the city council. Nothing related to city business. Gary Miyake has misled this body tonight. And unfortunately, 3 council members have went up to Mr. Boosie and urged him to file a lawsuit when Mr. Boosie never filed a lawsuit. And Gary Miyake today again, he wrongfully guided this body, claiming that there's a lawsuit from Mr. Boosie against the city and against Mr. Vanderploeg. We had a maintenance guy who went up to IB Electric, asking IB Electric to do some sort of work at several locations. Out of a kindness and out of generosity from Mr. Boosie, who never made any penny out of this job and never charged the city any penny. So us as a taxpayer, we're not spending a penny. You guys are still doing his wrongdoing. What's your propaganda? What's your agenda? Please answer me, Council Chair.
Go ahead, I will pause this time. I will publicly tell you that Mr. Boosie called me. So if you're asking and saying that I'm one of the 3, I will publicly tell you that Mr. Boosie called me and said, I want to speak to you about serious matters. They give me serious matters from an electrician. I said, sure, let's talk. Is there like a light bulb out? Because that's all I can think about. And then he walks to me and says, I've done work for the city without going out for bid because it's cost the city $0 many, many times, Mr. Haj, where he says, I've done work for the city many, many times. And now I'm being investigated by Director Vanderploeg. This is from Mr. Boosie's mouth himself, who I know very well, and said Mr. Vanderploeg was now saying, after I did the work, after Mr. Vanderploeg watched him do the work for 3-4 weeks, he then said, I want to open up an investigation called DTE, told DTE to not pay it to Mr. Boosie, to pay it to the city of Dearborn Heights. Then what had happened was Mr. Boosie filed a lawsuit with his attorney and said, what you guys are doing is
Hold on.
I'm answering you. I'm answering you. You gotta let me finish.
No,
You gotta let me finish. I want to end this conversation because you asked me to answer this. So I'm telling you what happened.
Number one, you ended the conversation earlier when I was trying to clarify this. So us as a taxpayer don't have to keep on for you guys' mistake. And now we're making the same mistake again and again. Go ahead, finish your talking, then I'll answer you.
Well, there's not really much to answer. I'm just gonna stop his time. I'm just gonna tell you, it was Mr. Boosie who said, I want to get my money. But Vanderploeg called DTE. This is coming from Mr. Boosie's mouth. Vanderploeg called DTE and said, write the check to the city of Dearborn Heights and do not write it to, IB Electric. And then the check was given to the treasurer and they said, deposit this $23,000 check as you hear from the clerk today, or from the treasurer, and she said, I cannot do that. This is not, you can't just deposit $26,000. So that is the issue that's happening. So until Mr. Busi can speak with his attorney and make sure that there's no information saying that we're held liable, okay? We are not going to go ahead and issue out any kind of check to that.
Council Chair, I just got a quick question for, it's kind of interesting to see Mr. Hodges doing investigative work on behalf of the city. You're getting false information, sir.
Mr. Saab, you out of everybody else,
Counsel.
you out of everybody knows what I do for a living. Yes, I'm the
I don't know. I don't know what you do for a living. Number one.
Oh
Number
yeah,
two-
you do know Hassan very well
Let me-
what I do
hold
for a
on,
living. When you
Mr.
came
Hodge,
forward,
hold on a
when you
second.
came forward to me to several other
Let him
cases
finish. He's
before
got
and
3
you asked for
minutes.
my
Let him
help.
do his timing. Let him talk. You start
So
his
you
time.
know exactly what I do for a living. And yes, when it was brought to my attention, and I went and I looked at the job and I see what was going on. Yes, Mr. Vanderpla thought Mr. Boosie was doing something shady, and he wanted to protect us as a resident and as a taxpayer. He did his investigation, but unfortunately ended up being a dumb worker who works for the city who decided to go around the loop and make a stupid decision. And now who's paying for it? Us as a taxpayer and Mr. Boosie, who did a volunteer job for the city, not even charging the taxpayer a penny.
Thank you.
All right, Council Chair, I just want to respond.
Good.
No, I just want to respond just for the record. What he said is false. Mr. Boosie did reach out to me also. And we did get an email from his attorney serving Mr. Mayaki with the lawsuit. Mr. Mayaki told him I'm not corporation counsel. He's reached out to the city multiple times to remove his name from the state's website that he's corp counsel. That's number one. Number two, do not call any city or elected officials dumb when you don't know the whole story. And I'm kind of amazed that that he just said, I went there and inspected the work and checked on the work. When the number one issue is how did these people get into the back of the department to check the work and everything? That needs to be investigated of its own.
Who's going to investigate it?
That's my point. Number three is that actually, I would love for somebody to FOIA the mayor's emails between DTE Energy and the mayor, and that would solve a lot. Thank you.
I want to just add on one more thing. While this conversation was happening, Roger, our former corporation counsel, was telling me,
Disagree with you categorizing me and interrupting me and calling me names, okay? I am the current counsel.
No, you're not.
you're not.
And you have no resolution.
Point of order, Roger, point of order. Well,
So
I
get
think
your stuff
Roger,
right and be
Roger,
correct.
point of order, Roger, point of order. Well,
But
Roger
you
was.
need to be correct
Point
and
of order,
respectful.
Roger, point of
Got
order,
it?
Roger, point of order, Roger, point of order. Please, what Roger was doing to me in the meeting while we were discussing this was telling me, shh, shh. He was doing this with his mouth, and if I have to pull it up for you, Roger, I will do it for you. There's a
What is
reason
the
why.
problem with asking you to stop and think before you
Roger,
speak?
stop.
Think before you.
Point of order, Roger,
Okay.
point of order. Thank you. Roger was telling me to shh, because there's something going on. Don't throw this on the council to vote on it. Thank you so much, Mr. Haj. I'm sorry, please lower his hand down. You've already spoken. Your 3 minutes are up. Next up, we have the National Public Activist, Mr. Hassan Ayun. Please state your name, the city you reside in, and the street that you live on. No.
No.
Hassan Ayun.
We got action.
We got action.
You got residents in here cheering you on.
A lot of drama. You guys sit there and
Please state your name, the city you reside in, and the street that you live on.
I'm in Florida right now, so I'm all over. Just to let you know, Mr. Baker. Did you hear me?
Yeah, can you please state your name, the city you reside in, and the street that you live on?
Hassan Ayun. I reside in Dearborn.
Thank you.
I wanted to say something that you guys know that you can, instead of FOIA and the mayor's email, you guys can request it. Council can request the emails. It's easy. If you want me to do you a FOIA, I can do you a FOIA, Mr. Baydun and Mr. Saab.
Please do.
Oh, please do. Trust me. Within 48 hours, I get the FOIA I need from anybody. So you guys are sitting there arguing for what? And then you guys told Roger that he's no longer corporation counsel. And I'm going to address something. Mr. Roger, if somebody doesn't want you to be at the city council meeting, you are a professional lawyer. You can take your job and go somewhere else and make more than $150,000 a year. If somebody wants to shame you, Mr. Roger, I don't understand why you're still at the city council. What are you trying to prove? Somebody doesn't want you there. If I'm not wanted somewhere and I'm working for somebody, I'll take my way and I go somewhere else. Let somebody else.
Follow the charter, sir. Thank you.
Please, point of order, sir. The resident is speaking.
I am allowed to criticize any public official. If you don't understand what that means, then resign. Any public official that doesn't agree with what I say, they can resign immediately. Because you guys are sitting there getting paid from taxpayers' money, and you have to respect that. So I'm asking that Mr. Roger, if they don't want you, and I'm saying that as a person that's speaking out, that if you're not wanted, just pack your stuff and leave. Why fight? Why you fight? You guys got millions of dollars to worry about, and you guys are sitting fighting every time. I've never heard a city council always fighting. You do not put the residents first. That's the problem here. You guys are fighting, picking like little stuff you pick on. Like, bro, we need a city council administration to focus on the residents, not to focus on the council. You guys have lawsuits pending. It's going to be millions. The city's going to be out of because of drama. And that's the problem that I'm going to address. You guys figure it out. Go into a closed session. Do whatever you have to do. Get this fucking resolved. Because it's a fucking headache.
Hey.
Excuse me, I'm talking. What do you want to say, Mr. Badu? Stop my time.
Your time is up, sir. Sorry. Have a great day.
Oh, I will. I promise you. And hey, what are you doing?
Hey, your time
I'll
is up.
get you a souvenir when I come back.
Please mute. Thank you. Anyone else on Zoom, madam? Anyone else in the audience? Hearing none. All in favor? Motion to adjourn. Motion made by Councilwoman Breyer. Second by Councilman Ahmad. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries.